just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine, I just wanna make you
Good morning. おはようございます。Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us for the very first Laravel Live Japan. Welcome. I need to get my clickers. Cool. Live translation is working. Okay. Again, welcome to Laravel Live Japan. This is the very first Laravel conference in Japan. And my name is Ryuta Hamasaki. I'm a software engineer at Laravel, building the observability platforms for Laravel applications. And I am the organizer of Laravel Live Japan. And before we begin, I want to see who is in this room. Raise your hand if you're joining us from Japan. 日本から参加している方、ありがとうございます。Sorry. Raise your hand if you're joining outside Japan, but APAC, Asia Pacific. Yeah, thank you for joining us. And Europe. Yeah, a lot. America, South America, North America. Yeah. Cool. Africa. Wow. And who are students? I think we have a lot of students today. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Yeah, look around. Today we have around 600 artisans from across 42 countries in Tokyo. So we have different languages, different countries, different cultures. But today we are one community. Yeah. Thank you. Japan has a passionate and PHP, huge and passionate PHP community. There are PHP conferences almost every month in different cities across Japan. Just 2 weeks ago, there was PHP conference Kagawa, and next week, PHP conference Hokkaido is happening. It's like crazy. Have you heard of any countries like that? So the community is very strong, the quality is high, the energy is incredible. But at the same time, I've always felt that there was an invisible wall between the Japanese PHP community and the global Laravel community. Part of it is language, part of it is distance, part of it is culture. But maybe part of it is simply that we didn't have enough opportunities to meet each other. So today is the day to start turning that wall into a bridge. So this conference is very special and personal for me. Just a little bit about my journey. I attended my first Laracon in Chicago in 2018. For those who don't know Laracon, it's the biggest Laravel conference in the world. In Chicago, I got to meet Taylor, the creator of Laravel, and many fellow artisans from around the world. And talking to people who are building the real things with Laravel, I felt so excited, so motivated, and so inspired. And after that, I had this thought. Someday, I want to speak on that stage. The next year, I submitted a talk to Laracon EU. Honestly, I had no expectation that my talk would be chosen. But somehow, I was selected as a speaker and gave a talk in front of 1,000 people in Amsterdam. And that was my first conference talk, which was very crazy. And it was terrifying, but that one single opportunity gave me the courage to keep sharing, keep connecting, and keep challenging myself. Later, I moved to Singapore and eventually joined Laravel, my dream job. And now, we're here, Laravel Live Japan. So I'm deeply grateful for everything this community has given me, and that's why I wanted to bring back this experience to Japan. Not just the talks, not just the speakers, but I wanted to bring back the feeling that I had in Chicago, the feeling that the global Laravel community is not far away, it's right in front of you, and you can be part of it. Whether you're an experienced Laravel developer, just getting started, a front-end engineer, designer, founder, or just curious about the community, you are part of this community. And today and tomorrow, we have an incredible lineup of speakers. Learn from them, get inspired by them. But conferences are not just about watching the talks. It's more about connection, connecting with people. And this conference is not happening only on this stage. It's happening everywhere in this venue. So talk to people around you, say hello to someone you don't know, ask what they're building, share what you're working on. A single conversation at a conference can change your life, like Laracon US changed my life. Of course, one of the biggest barriers here is language. So I built a small live translation app for this event, not just this translation on the main screen, but something you can use to talk to someone who speaks different language. So go to laravellive.jp/talk, and you can start a conversation on your phone. And now you can invite someone to a conversation by scanning the QR code on your screen, and a new session starts when someone joins. And press the button when you speak, and it will be translated in real time on someone else's device, and stop the button when you are done. And multiple people can join the same session. And actually, I deployed it last night in my hotel room. So sorry if it's broken. It's not perfect. But I hope it helps. Yeah. And if you find a bug, just yell out to me directly. Pacman rule. Do you know Pacman rule? OK. So when people are chatting in a group, if the circle is completely closed, it's really hard for someone to join the conversation. So the Pac-Man rule is very simple. Leave a small gap, and like Pac-Man's mouth, so other people can join the conversation. And when someone new joins, just make new space again. It's easy, right? And this event wouldn't be possible without the support of Laravel, sponsors, speakers, volunteers, staff, and each one of you here to be part of this moment. Thank you very much. 本当にありがとうございます。And I also want to thank my beautiful wife. She's my biggest sponsor, and she's in the audience today. Okay. Okay, now I'm very excited to introduce our MC. He's based in the US, but he spent many years in Japan. And he's spoken at many LARCons around the world, and he brings a lot of energy to the stage. So please join me welcome our MC, Daniel Coulbourne.
Woo! じゃあ、僕は MC のダニエルです。よろしくお願いします。子供の頃は日本で育ったんですけど、すみません。大人になってからはずっとアメリカに住んでたので、日本語は大体話せるし分かるんですが、ここからは主に英語で進めていきます。よろしくお願いします。Okay. For the gaijin in the audience, what I just said was I'm Daniel Coulbourne. I'm going to be your MC for the conference. I'm super happy to be here. I grew up in Japan as a child from the ages of 3 to 17. And so I have been in America for the last 15 years not speaking Japanese on a daily basis. So while I understand a lot of Japanese and can speak Japanese conversationally, I'm going to do most of my emceeing in English. So I appreciate your patience with my bilingual fumbling. All right. I appear to not have slides. Are they? Okay. Well, here's a good opportunity. One of the things I want to do while I'm here, I know we have a bunch of foreigners and people who aren't always in Japan who've traveled here just for this event, and we're super happy that you're here. Thank you for making the journey. We want to help teach you all a little bit of Japanese. So we're just going to sprinkle in little Japanese vocab words for the foreigners throughout the program. So obviously, the first one that we should learn, I think, you've already heard me say it, and you've heard everyone else say it, is ohayou gozaimasu, which means good morning. So for our foreigners, let's all learn ohayou gozaimasu, and then tomorrow, when you come in and you meet people, you can say ohayou gozaimasu to everyone. So ready? Everyone, chanto ohayou gozaimasu. All right, great job. So now you know how to say good morning in Japanese, or you were Japanese and you already knew, in which case, all right. どうですか? How are we doing? Okay. I need to make a few announcements about Wi-Fi and restrooms, etc. So I will get into the ones I can do without the slides. The restrooms are in the halls on the outside, so you can exit anywhere you want. In the back here is the sponsor area, so you want to go speak to all of these sponsors. While you're speaking to the sponsors, please keep the volume down just a little bit. Because if everybody goes up there and talks to all of the sponsors at the same time that a speaker is up here speaking, we won't be able to hear the speaker. So while you're up there speaking to the sponsors, if there are talks going on, please keep the volume low. And there is water and tea, I believe, up there as well. So if you need something to drink, water, tea, and also coffee, I think, up there as well. Do we have our slides or no? I have no slides. All right. What is next? What is next? Okay, so we definitely need to talk about Wi-Fi. Is everyone on the Wi-Fi? Have people discovered the Wi-Fi? Ryuta, what's the Wi-Fi password?
Laravel forever.
Laravel forever?
Wi-Fi SSID is
TypeSense,
our sponsor, Wi-Fi sponsor. The password is Laravel forever, Laravel 4, number 4, ever.
All right, so the SSID, once again, is TypeSense. Thank you to TypeSense, our Wi-Fi sponsor. And the password is Laravel, the number 4, ever. だと思います。Aha! Thank you to the AV team. That's great. All right, now is my clicker, does it click? This is the Laravel logo. It's a very pretty logo. We love it. Ja, okay. So I grew up in Chiba. So I grew up in Makuhari in Chiba, which is just across the line into Chiba by the Makuhari Messe. I grew up going to Chiba Lotte Marines games. So I'm a Marines fan from the Bobby Valentine era. So my parents lived in Makuhari. I grew up there. I went to school sort of deeper into Chiba, but every week I would come into Tokyo to hang out with friends in like Shibuya or in Harajuku or wherever, and we would hang out in Tokyo and do stuff. So I love Japan. I love the Laravel community. So I've been in the Laravel community since, I want to say, 2015 or 16. I started using Laravel, or 16, 17? I forget. But it was like right around Laravel 4.2 no toki. And so I got into Laravel then and started using it, and I've been to many Laracons and been deeply involved in the Laravel community. I've spoken at all 4 Laracons in US, Europe, India, and Australia. And so I love the Laravel community. This has been my home for my career, is the Laravel community. And so I was very excited when the opportunity came to come bring the Laravel community to Japan. I know that obviously you already have your own community here, but bring the global Laravel community to Japan and sort of marry my home where I grew up to my career home and my technology home. Marrying those two things is very exciting to me. Ja. Ooh. I'm just going to keep killing time until I get my slides back. So we have speakers from all over the globe as well, and many of whom I have known for quite some time, who I've spoken with at many other conferences. Lots of them are hiding back there in the sponsor area. I see them. These are our friends. And so I'm really excited for you guys to all get to hear from them as well. These are some of the best thinkers in the Laravel community who've got lots of ideas and cool opinions and are great speakers. So I'm very excited to hear from them. We've got, who do we have? We have Jess Archer, who works for Laravel on the Nightwatch team, who's going to be talking to us about ClickHouse. We've got Joe Tannenbaum, who works for Laravel on the open source team, who's going to be talking to us about, I assume, Wayfinder, and other open source things. We've got James. We've got all sorts of folks. Marcel is here as well. I don't know if any of you use Laravel Herd, but that's an incredible piece of software that I use, that Marcel built every day. So I'm really excited to have all of those folks out here, as well as I'm super excited personally to get to hear from a lot of the Japanese PHP community and people who are already organizing Japanese PHP conferences here. So I'm super excited for that as well. Ryuta. Oh, let's talk about lunch.
Lunch. So we're not providing lunch, sorry.
Yeah.
This venue is not allowed to, eat or drink. Did we talk about it?
Yeah, we haven't talked about that, so that's a good idea. We can't have food or drinks in the venue, so sorry. However, you can have like bottles with lids. So if you have a drink and it has it's in a bottle and the bottle has a lid, that's okay. If you have a drink and it's in a cup, that's not okay. So.
Yep. And during the lunch break, maybe just go out and have some lunch. There's lots of places to have lunch.
Yeah.
And if you bring your name badge, some shops give you some discounts. So just, don't forget to bring your name badge.
Yeah, so this whole area out here that's part of this complex, many of the restaurants in there are offering discounts if you have your name badge. So
yeah.
Bring it along.
And if you don't have, someone else to go lunch together, we have lunch matching during the lunch break. So if you want to join lunch matching, just come on to the stage at the beginning of the lunch break, and we're going to form a group of like 3 to 4 people, and then, yeah, let you go lunch together, basically.
I think we're back. Are they? Or are we? We were back. Are we back? Okay.
Have we covered everything, I think?
In addition to lunch matching, we also have an after party tonight after the event, which was ticketed separately. So if you got tickets to that, congratulations. I can't wait to see you there. If you didn't, I'm so sorry. Have fun anyway. And that is at that's at a nearby venue, which the address is on your ticket to the event, but I will also make another announcement about it at the end. And that's sort of nearby. It's a basketball venue. So it's like there will be food and drinks, but also if you want to play basketball, you can play basketball. So that's cool. When we had Laracon in Dallas a couple of years ago, I know some of these guys remember that some of us were forced to play basketball before Laracon. So Taylor and Tom and me and some famous YouTubers and James and others had to play basketball, and I was very bad at basketball. Even though I'm very tall, everyone looks at me and they think, oh, you probably play basketball. And the answer is, I play basketball, but I play it very badly. Yes, sir. We're ready? Okay. All right, so with all of that out of the way, we weren't able to get slides up for most of the announcements, but I think you have mostly everything you need. So at this point, I'm going to just introduce our first speaker. So our first speaker, coming all the way from Portugal, although you came straight from Brazil this time, right? So he was in Brazil, but he's from Portugal. He is the president of Nuno Nation, and he is the creator of Pest, as well as many, many, many other open source tools that all start with P. Please welcome Nuno Maduro.
Thank you. Oh my God, so good to be here. Laravel Live Japan is my first time in Tokyo. I love this place already. Your food is great. The weather is fantastic. Having a blast so far. But yeah, it's time to give a talk here. So let's just do it.
I had notes for the Japanese.
All right, first of all, I'm going to just fix my slides because they are not displaying. So let's make sure that's working as expected. Here we go. All right, so attending a little bit for the slides to display. Super happy to be here today. The talk today will be about strict engineering. Before we jump into that, for those who don't know me, my name is Nuno Maduro. I am the creator of multiple open source packages that you might be using, things like Pest, things like Pint, and more. But also, recently I'm trying to become a YouTuber, like recording some videos to YouTube and getting super excited about that. But yeah, today we are going to speak about strict engineering. I have a question to you all. Are you guys familiar with the PHP tooling that allow you to have strict code? Things like PHP Stand. How many of you use PHP Stand? Raise your hand. I want to see. All right, a couple of you are using PHP Stand. That's great. How about things like testing? Things like PHPUnit. How many of you use PHPUnit? How about Past PHP? How about the others? Okay, well, that being said, let's talk about strict engineering. Because we are actually in 2026, this talk will be more about strict AI engineering. My goal today is give you a set of tips which hopefully are going to make you generate better code using tools like AI. So that being said, let's just get started, dive into this stuff. The very first tip I want to give you is that just use better defaults in Laravel. We all love Laravel. We love the Laravel starter kits. But in my opinion, there is a few things you can engage, a few things you can improve to make your Laravel apps to be better with AI. And I want to show you a few of them. So I'm going to move here to Sublime Text. Just a moment here. Here we go. All right, here we go. Moving here to my Sublime Text, something that I always do is that I like to configure my app service provider to be a little bit different. So I'm going to show you a few of those things. I'm going to move here all the way down into my boot method. And within my boot method, I have always this configure models. Let's see what this configure models is all about. I'm going to scroll all the way down, and something that I always call is this beautiful directive with the name should be strict. Now, the should be strict adds two things to your Laravel app. The very first one is that it prevents accessing to missing attributes in your eloquent models. And the second one is that it prevents lazy loading. And I want to show you what those two things are about. So I'm going to keep this comment, okay, this directive commented, and I'm going to move here into my console.php. And on this console.php, I have a set of examples we are going to see all together, okay? Now, the very first example is quite simple. I'm literally fetching a user from the database, and afterwards, I'm accessing this property email, which does not exist, okay? This property email does not exist. Should have been called email. Now, let's see what is the value returned on the console. So I'm going to just copy this beautiful command, go to my console terminal here, and type PHP artisan missing attribute. And as you can see, Laravel didn't actually tell me that the attribute is missing, just told me that the value is null. Now let's see how this exact code behaves with something like should be strict. Moving back to my Sublime Text, and this time I'm going to enable this should be strict directive. Just one line. Easy peasy, okay? Just one line. Moving back to my terminal, execute the same command, but now I have the beautiful Laravel framework telling me that this attribute does not exist, and you are making a mistake. It's much better feedback for your AI coding agent, and much better feedback for you all. Now, this is missing attributes, but I want to show you prevent lazy loading. So moving back into my Sublime Text, and I'm going to open again the console.php. I'm going to scroll all the way down, and I have this strict lazy loading command. And what it does is actually very common Laravel code. What I'm doing here is fetching all the users, and then using a for each loop, I'm counting all the notifications for every single one of these users. Let's see what happens if I just go here, comment once again the should be strict, and execute that command on the console. I'm going to clear my terminal. I'm going to type PHP artisan strict lazy loading. And because I'm logging every single query being executed, I see that I have 12 queries being made. Now, 12 queries because I have 10 users. If I have 100, will be 102. If I have 1,000,000, will be 1,000,000 queries being performed. This is literally the biggest cause of app performance degradation in the planet, okay? And you want to avoid this as much as possible. And to do that is quite simple. I'm going to just clear my terminal, go back to Sublime Text, enable should be strict, go back, execute exactly the same code, but this time, Laravel doesn't even allow me to execute this code. It's literally telling me you are doing lazy loading, and that's no good, okay? We want to avoid that. Now, you can also fix the code if you wanted to. Let's actually do that together. I'm going to just modify the query here to load all the users with the notifications, okay? Let's see the result on the terminal in terms of queries. First of all, Laravel now allows me to execute this code. We are no longer within the context of lazy loading, but I have only 2 queries being performed. And this is 2 queries if you have 10, 100, or 1,000,000 users. Will always be 2 queries being performed, okay? This is just too good, okay? This should be strict. It should be just by default on every person on this venue. Now, moving back into my app service provider, I want to show you another one, which is, I think, is badass. It's very good. It's called configure commands, and I have this directive here, call it prohibit destructive commands. Now, I don't know about you, but on this area of AI, I'm actually doing multiple things at the same time. I have 3 terminals open, another one that I'm working on, a side project, plus I'm SSH to a production server, doing multiple things. And something that may happen by mistake is that I'm just on my terminal, I type something like PHP artisan, maybe something like migrate fresh seed, I say yes, and bam, I just lost my job. Okay? I just nuked the database in production out of a mistake, and probably this should never happen, right? We can implement a concept of defensive on depth to avoid this from happening. And it's quite simple by using that directive. Let me show you. I'm going to go back into my Sublime Text, and I'm going to enable this prohibit destructive commands, okay? What this directive will do is forbid Laravel from executing destructive commands in your database in production. It's chef kiss. It's amazing as a tip, okay? Now let's execute the same command as before. I'm going to go back, just execute exactly the same command, clear my terminal, the same stuff, and Laravel not even allow me to execute this destructive command, okay? It's 1 line of code, no work at all, and you just have to add it to your app service provider. Now, I hope you guys find these tips useful, because in fact, I have a bunch more of them. I like my apps to use Carbon immutable by default. I like my password defaults to use something like uncompromised. Equally, I like to configure my testing to be as much sandbox as possible with prevent stray requests, prevent stray processes, and I have, honestly, a bunch of tips like this. So, what I have concluded is that I'm going to just make a package so all of you can type composer require and have all of this for free. This package have already 1 million downloads at the minute, and it's called Laravel Essentials. Is 1 composer require, and you just leverage all of this stuff for free. You don't even know it exists, okay? Just 1 package. Now, this is Laravel Essentials, and I kind of want to move a little bit out of Laravel and give you PHP general tips on this era of AI, okay? And moving to the very first one, which is one of my favorites, therefore the question about PHP stand to you all, which is, types are your AI best friend. Dear people from Tokyo, we are in 2026. All of you needs to know what is PHP stand. Is the best project that ever happened to PHP since its incarnation, after Laravel, if I'm honest, okay? But PHP stand is just a must-know as a PHP developer. So all of you, when you go back to work at 9 a.m., you grab a coffee, and then you learn about PHP stand. It's literally the equivalent of TypeScript for PHP. It just works. So for those of you who don't know what is PHP stand, I'm going to show you exactly what it's about. Moving back to my editor, and I think I'm going to open this update user.php. Just a regular class, something really peasy and easy. So what I will do here is just make a mistake, okay? Instead of accessing email, I'm going to accessing something like Japan, okay? It does not exist as an attribute. It's clearly a mistake. And what I will do now, I think, is just go to my console, and I'm going to execute PHP-stan. And just look how beautiful this thing is, okay? This is better than AI. PHP-stan is literally telling me the following. The property the Japan does not exist. And you might think, I know what you're thinking, you might think, well, my PHP storm also tells me what is wrong with this line. Well, that's on the file you are visualizing at that given moment. PHP-stan, in the other way, goes to your entire project, and it tells you exactly what is wrong. This is just the most valuable tool you will learn from this conference. I'm going to tell you that already, okay? This is PHP-stan. You can enable it on the CI and avoid broken deployments if you want to. Now, obviously, that is PHP-stan, but a bunch of you are probably using JavaScript on the front end too. And for that, we have the equivalent of PHP-stan, call it TypeScript. Now, TypeScript is kind of easy. You just install it. And to kind of reproduce and show you this in practice, I think I'm going to go to my resources, GS, maybe pages, user profile, edit. Okay? I have a bunch of imports here, which they are beautiful JavaScript code. And I think I'm going to just replace this use page with just page. Now, page does not exist. It's not something that can be imported. But I'm going to run TypeScript to see what TypeScript has to say about this. So I'm going to just type this, and TypeScript, just like PHP-stan, will tell me two things. Well, first of all, the page component does not even exist, and the use page that I was using no longer is imported. So just like PHP-stan, it really just works, okay? I'm going to execute the same command, and now obviously I have a green status, and I'm good, okay? So this is PHP-stan and TypeScript, and at 9 a.m., after the conference, this is the first thing you are going to do, okay? Now, moving forward to other things that are important on this area of AI, which is I love patterns and AI loves them too. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the very first thing AI does when you ask for something is getting familiar with your project. So we'll see this dude is using PHP, is using some JavaScript, is using Laravel, is using React. But then it will understand your conventions. Do you like typed code? Are you consistent with your approach naming classes? Do you like final classes? Do you like generics? And it will basically get a general understanding of how do you like the code to be. Now, it's important to be consistent on this exact moment, so the generated code after that point by AI will be just perfect. And I'm going to show you a few things you guys can do to also have this in your AI-generated apps. Moving back to my editor here, and what I will do, I think, is show you my migrations, because I have a bunch of opinions on migrations that I love. And, you know, as a PHP developer, I like to always use the class strict types all the way top, so on every single PHP file I have, I use this line. Moving all the way down, I think PHP docs in 2026 are useless, so I don't use them ever. Also, I like to type my code. It's fully typed all over the place. And I do this not only on this file, but across all the files I have. So if I move here to other migrations, they all look equal. They are all the same, without PHP docs, without full typed, but also like I don't use the down method as well, so I'm going to be consistent with that. Again, this is super important, so the next code generated by AI will be exactly like this. Moving a little bit to other stuff, potentially my eloquent models. I like my eloquent models to obviously start with the class strict types all the way top. I like to use property reads to engage the typing of my models. Going all the way down, I see final classes, I see generics being used all over the place. And if I continue to check this, my code is literally like this all the time. I'm going to move here all the way down. I am on this user controller, which is final read-only. I'm using form requests all the time. Even if I don't need them, I'm going to still use them. Form requests all the time. I use the action pattern, which is something I haven't invented, but I have popularized it. And basically, all my code looks the same. This to say that this is crucial to have AI generating beautiful code in one-shot code for you, okay? At the end of this talk, I'm going to actually do a demo to you all so you guys can see all of this stuff being applied on the real feature, okay? Moving from I love patterns to something that means a lot to me, okay? This is my favorite topic ever, so don't get surprised if I get too excited. I want to talk about the testing pipeline and why that is important in 2026. If testing was important before, now with AI is even more important. It's literally the last safeguard between the code generated by AI and production code. And a lot of you may think, well, testing pipeline is just about unit tests, but it's not. It's about the whole spectrum of quality tools. We're talking about formatting, we're talking about linting, type coverage, code coverage, static analysis, the entire thing. And I'm going to show you this, how do I configure this on my own projects. So moving again to my editor, I'm going to open the best package manager in the world, call it Composer, and I'm going to scroll all the way down. Now, let me show you exactly how do I configure my testing pipeline. First of all, I use something which I don't know if you guys know, but it's called Composer scripts. Allow me to put some bash commands behind Composer. And then, the very first one I have, it's called Composer lint, okay? When I run Composer lint on my terminal, a couple of tools are going to be executed. The very first one, Reactor PHP, to keep my code modern as possible. The second one is Laravel Paint, which is a nice name, by the way. The third one, it's called npm run lint, which will execute ESLint and Preacher, which are the equivalent of Reactor and Laravel Paint. So a single Composer lint command will execute 4 tools. Let me show you this on the terminal real quick. Moving here to my terminal, I'm going to type Composer lint. And now I have those 4 tools being executed all at the same time. Now, this is important for various reasons, but the main one is if a new team member is joining your beautiful project, he doesn't need to know where things are on vendor or where things are on node modules. You just run Composer lint, and you have the full spectrum of linting right there. Now, moving to the other scripts I have. The second script I always have, it's called test lint, which is the equivalent of lint, but executes everything under --test. It's mainly for CI purposes. Same stuff as before, but instead of formatting, I'm going to check the formatted code. Moving here to one of my favorite scripts with the name test type coverage. It's probably the most underrated feature of PAST. And what it does is quite simple. It just checks if your entire code is fully typed. Let me show you this in practice. I'm going to copy this type coverage, moving here to my terminal once again, and I'm going to type Composer test type coverage. It will tell me, well, all your project is fully typed at all levels. But let's actually just remove a type to see this in practice. Moving to my app, update user. I think I'm going to remove this return type right here, execute exactly the same command, and now PAST.PHP is telling me this code won't go to production because it's missing a type. On the line 22, it literally tells you, update user, return type, line 22, it's missing a type. Now, we can obviously just add it back, rerun the same code, and now it just works as expected. This is cool, right? I want a round of applause for me because I love this tool. Come on. Thank you, thank you. So this is type coverage, one of my favorite features about PAST, also belongs on this concept of testing pipeline. Now, moving here to other stuff, we talked about this already. Test types will execute PHP stand and TypeScript at the same time. And now, all the way down, I finally arrived to the famous unit testing. And I'm going to execute PAST.PHP with a couple of flags that are very interesting that I want to show you. The first one is --parallel. We every single one of you have expensive laptops, so let's just run our test suite in parallel to make it faster. I'm going to also use this dash coverage to have 100% of code coverage. You are going to see a lot of experts on the field telling you that code coverage is not important. I'm going to tell you the opposite. It's the most important thing on this area of AI. It's literally what forces AI to have tests for all of the generated code. Insanely important, super important. Now, all the way down, I have the, let's say, the final command. This command is called test. And what it does is that it aggregates the full testing pipeline, linting, type coverage, types, but also unit testing. Just aggregates all commands and allows me to do this. Go to the terminal and type composer test. This will execute the full testing pipeline. You don't even need to know what it is. Execute type coverage, linting, the full thing will be executed from one single command. And my friends, this is very useful for 3 reasons. Number 1, the teammate arriving to your team that needs to know how exactly can test his code. Number 2, GitHub Actions. We love GitHub Actions when it's not down. And GitHub Actions allows you to execute scripts. And let's make it agnostic. So you can go to this test.yaml file, which is GitHub Actions, and all the way down, I have composer test. I don't need to update this file all the time. I can just leverage this and run my CI like I'm running tests locally. And finally, and one last thing I have here, which is really cool, is this .ai guidelines. So this is Laravel Boost. I can tell Laravel Boost, super important, so it doesn't forget. At the very end, always, but always run composer test, ensuring this way that every generated code by AI will be passing all the quality tooling that we have. Now, by the way, you probably notice how excited I get about testing, but if you are also a testing fan, there is a video on my YouTube channel, which is 30 minutes about this stuff. youtube.com/Nuno Maduro, amazing content about testing. Dear Tokyo people, we talked about strict engineering, strict typing, strict defaults, strict patterns, and strong testing pipeline. I want to show you all of this stuff in action, okay? So I'm going to do a live demo using Cloud Code. And hopefully Cloud Code is not down. If it is, don't kill me, all right? So what I will do here is go to my Laravel app, exactly the one you are visualizing right now. First of all, I'm going to restart my server because I don't think it's running. I'm going to just do this. Oops, PHP, not this one. 1 second. All right, here we go. Hopefully I didn't screw up. So go back to my Safari. I'm going to type refresh here, type login. I'm going to log in into this user right here. Here we go, I'm logged in. And I'm going to go to this settings profile. Now, our goal today is build a new feature together and see all of the stuff I've been pitching and talking about in practice. So under this save button, I'm going to add a new feature, a complex feature with databases, with front end, and the goal is give the possibility to the users to add notes, random notes about anything. So let's do that together. Moving to my terminal real quick, right here, and I'm going to type Claude, but I'm going to run Claude with, I think I'm going to run it with dangerous key permissions. I love this flag. Let's do it. So I have Claude open. It doesn't seem to be down. And what I will do here is that I'm going to ask him, build a new feature under profile settings, right below profile information, allow the user to add random notes about anything. And I'm going to type enter, and I want every single one of you to take a close look into this. I'm going to type enter. As we discussed, Cloud Code will get familiar with the code base. As you can see here, we have Cloud Code listing all the files, getting familiar with the controllers, models, front end, understands you like Laravel, understands you like typing, understands you are using TypeScript. So that's the very first thing Cloud Code is doing, understanding your project, understanding your conventions. After this, Claude will start working on generating files, okay? And we are going to see how those files will actually be exactly like we want. So still reading the files, still getting familiar with the code base. Let's wait here a little bit. Here we go. At some point, you should start working on those files already. Here we go. We see creating a node model, a migration in the factory, and we also see create the node action request in controller, okay? So it's literally working on all that stuff. Here we go. What do we see? OK, so it's working right now on the migrations, I think. 1 second. OK, it's already working on tests. I think we can see the generated migration already. Let's move here into the generated migration to see if it was exactly like we like. And it's not. Oh, it is. Here we go. So we see declared strip types being used. This was done by Cloud Code. We see not PHP docs anywhere, which is good. We see full typed code exactly like we like, which is very good. We don't see any down method on this new migration. Let's take a look at the model, for example. Here we go. The strict types being used all the way top. We also see property reads being generated on this new migration. It's literally one-shotting the feature, with carbon immutable as well being used exactly like I like to have my code. If we move here into this node controller, OK, it's still working on it, so let's wait a little bit. But yeah, it's literally one-shotting the feature like typically like I like. Oh, take a look at this. It's already working on a node factory, and it's working on a node factory exactly like I like, with extends, with final classes, no PHP docs necessary, and it knows that I like tests, so it's basically working on that. Moving it a little bit all the way down, we see working on relations, which is good. We see already a form request being created, so he understands that I like form requests, so it's working on that as well. This form request is hopefully super strict. Here we go, with required strings, minimum 1, maximum 1,000, which is super important. It has an action pattern as well. So the create note is being created as well, final read only. And it's doing exactly like I want from actions, which is super important. And here we have the node controller as well being coded. We see a form request being used. We see an action being created exactly like we expect, basically. It's one-shotting the feature, just because all of the conventions we love exist everywhere. At some point, I expect him to migrate my database. Here we go, migrating my database. And it will start working at some point on the front end. It will hopefully understand that we like TypeScript, and therefore will generate types. And here we go. It's working as we speak on the front end. And I expect him to have types. Here we go. All of this stuff is literally types, exactly like I like to have my code on the front end, fully typed, which is very important with the interfaces. It's literally one-shotting the feature, which is super good. At some point, we'll start working on tests. Okay? Once it's done with the front end, we should be able already to see the feature visually on the front end, and we'll start working on tests. Fully typed front end, exactly like we have all the other TypeScript code, insanely important. And it's already working on tests, and because all my tests already have quality, this new test will have quality too. While it's working on tests, I think we can see this feature on the front end already. So I'm going to click here on refresh. And here we have a random field to add notes. I'm going to just say, love you, Japan, and add the note, and the note was added just below, so just literally working as expected, okay? And the code, which is most important, was generated exactly like I would expect. Now, very important at the very end, we see quality tests using integration controllers in Laravel, and at the very end, I expect that once all these tests are created, we see a composer test being run, ensuring that all the quality tooling in testing pipeline we talked about, it's literally right here. Okay, so let's wait a little bit so we can see that in practice. Already running linting, so at some point you should run composer test and ensure that we have all of the code behind the, here we go. Composer test being used, ensuring this way that all the quality exists on the generated code. Japan, I want to tell you something which you really need to memorize in 2026. I want every single one of you to be engineers top quality. Every single one of you will leave this conference being a top-level engineering. And the key for that in 2026 is this thing right here. Okay? Agentic coding is not vibe coding. As such, your responsibility in 2026 is be better than the others. Okay? Every single line generated by your prompts to AI will be generated by you. In that way, you'll be a top-level engineer in 2026. Japan, my name is Nuno. It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nuno.
Thank you.
Great job.
I know. Cloud Code did behave a little bit different than the usual.
You know, there's no accounting for the LLM. The robot does what the robot wants to do.
That's right. That's right.
How was the translation, everyone? Did it work? Everyone feel okay?
Woof.
All right. For our foreigners, we have another Japanese vocab word for you. It's sugoi. So sugoi means like amazing or wonderful or something. So this translation is totemo sugoi desu ne. Okay, so Nuno, I have a question for you. So you talked a lot about constraints that we can apply to our code bases that sort of help us guide our LLM friends to behave in the way that we want them to.
Right.
If say I have a really old, really cruddy legacy PHP application with no tests, very bad type coverage, no code style enforcement, none of that, but nobody has that, right? That's, imagine, right?
How many of you have like legacy code bases? Raise your hand if you have a legacy code base. Okay, I have an answer to that. Do you mind?
Okay, yeah.
Do you mind
so
if
just imagine that you were in such a situation where you had a big, messy code base, where would you start? Which constraint do you think is the most important to start with?
I would say PHP stand with this particular feature, call it the baseline. Okay, a lot of people think that you need to go PHP stand level max from the beginning. However, you can actually use something called the baseline, which is ignore all the existing errors. However, the new code will have the quality expected. So this exists with PHP stand, but also exists even with Pint as well. Pint doesn't actually introduce any breaking changes. Therefore, you can use Laravel Pint safely. And yeah, I would literally start with the quality tooling I have talked about, but on levels that are a little bit low, just to get started with. Yeah.
It's interesting. You seem to have known that AI was coming because you've spent most of your career building things to sort of create guidelines and guardrails for teams, I guess, for developers and for code bases, tests and types and things of that nature. How does it feel now that AI is here? Everything you've built kind of works together.
Well, it does feel good in the sense that AI is at least not coming for the stuff I have built.
Yeah, right.
That feels good in the way. So I think it's just lucky somehow. But yeah, it's also, everything I have talked about today is just so much more important than ever now that we don't look at the code anymore almost. So yeah, all of this stuff, I'm super passionate about it. And I think on this area of AI, it's even more important than ever.
Totally. How long have you been in Japan? When did you get here?
I've been in Japan for 5 days already.
Nice.
So having food, having drinks, having fun with friends, and I love to be here. I love the people. I love the culture already. So
nice.
Next trip, my wife is coming 1,000% sure.
Awesome. Very cool. All right. I think we're just waiting for one more sec for the next speaker to come up. So so you got in, you were saying in Shinjuku, did I see on your Instagram?
Yeah, I was sleeping there, yeah.
Okay, nice. And how was that? What have you gotten into? What have you seen? What have you done? So
one day was to fix the jet lag. The other day was to go out to a club. The day after I was hangover, so I literally was another day to fix that. And the fourth day was just to walk around, just see the city. You have food as well. The food in Japan was just so much better than I expected for some reason.
It's so good.
Right?
It's so good, and it's anywhere. Like almost anywhere you go, the food is amazing.
Yeah, it was very good. I also got the chance of speaking with some PHP people from Japan. You guys are very passionate, okay? You are very passionate about PHP and technology, so that fills my heart with joy. I love that.
Awesome. So before this, you came from Brazil?
Yeah, I was in Brazil for 10 days. That is actually also a big PHP community like all of you in Brazil. The food is different, as you may expect. But yeah, I went there, give this exact talk. So people were excited to learn a few things. That was super fun. And hopefully I'll be back to Brazil sometime soon.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan.
Appreciate you. Okay, all right. Our next speaker is our first Japanese speaker and is the organizer of PHP Conference Odawara. She is passionate about testing specifically and has given a lot of talks about testing at Japanese PHP conferences, and she's here to talk to us about testing with mocks and stubs. So please help me welcome Asumi-san.
Hello everyone. Let's take a picture together. Selfie. I say hi cheese. Z is shutter point. Okay? いきますよ。はいチーズ。Thank you. And 日本人の皆さん、私がいいクオリティを出せるかはあなたたちの歯茎に関わってるので、歯茎出してうなずいてくださいね。はい、ということで、harnessing the power of mocks and stubs in PHPUnit. お、はい、あら、こっち、あら。浜崎さん Don't move! Oh! 動いたのか？どこ？ Just a moment. Wait. Talk together next to the friends. あれ？浜崎さん動かない。あ、こっち。あ、I got it. じゃあこれ動けないじゃん。ここな。Okay. So you have practiced already. おはようございます。I can't hear your voice. おはようございます。Nice, thank you. Thank you. むずいな。I belong to Linkage. We are community sponsor, and we have some product about preventive healthcare support. And I'm the organizer of PHP conference Odawara. Next, we will held April 10th, 2027. And actually, I usually live as a ninja in Odawara. Do you know Odawara? Located in Kanagawa, we have a castle, we have ocean, and we have a mountain and beautiful cherry blossom. So please come. Anyway, むずすぎる。ここで喋ろう。Anyway, my talk is about PHPUnit. I have one question. Why do we write tests? Someone says to improve quality, to reduce bugs, because my senior told me to write it. There is a lot of answering, but my answer is to make my development process easier. With tests, we can express how the system should behave in code. With tests, we can make code review easier. With tests, we can catch regressions early and refactor without fear. With tests, we can improve our design. So if it is hard to write tests, that's a signal you need rewriting or rethinking. But there are some problems in writing tests. Using real things for everything gets painful. For example, unstable, slow, costly, or out of scope. So we use test doubles. In the first half, I talk about the difference between mocks and stubs. And next, best test doubles practices in PHPUnit. So let's go to the section 1. I describe a very simple keyword. The difference is mocks have imitation and assertion. And stubs have imitation only. That's it. And I brought a quotation from a book, Unit Testing Principles, Practices, and Patterns Mocks help to emulate and examine outcoming interactions. Both are almost same keyword. Stubs behave as imitation only. Stubs helps to emulate incoming interactions. And this is, in my opinion, what you assert is what you care about it. So when no test doubles, we are clearly looking the whole code. But use mocks, blur a little about mocked part, and use stuff, blurred a lot, in my opinion. And let's compare simple code with create mock and create a stub. Method directive is the target for mocking or stubbing. And this is also same with return directive is imitation. And that's the key point. Assertion have expects and with have on its own assertion. So create mock have expects and with. Sorry. It is very simple. So, do you understand whole? So, here is Laravel in Japan. So, I tell you one keyword in Japanese in this case. 完全に理解した. Do you know what? This means I am now an expert about mocks and softs. So you can use when the first time you build hello world in the first code, programming grammar. So you have to memorize. Japanese engineer loved that word. So we did 完全に理解した. Next topic is when to use mocks versus stubs. My answer is whether the dependency belongs to the specification. That's it. My core philosophy, test code must express the specification. Leading tests should reveal the behavior without product code. I use real object whenever possible. So I prefer classical style rather than London style, but when they are slow or complex, I reach for test doubles. So here is a simple question. Do you want to assert it as part of the specification? If yes, use mocks. You care about the behavior or side effect. Assert it happened. If no, use stops. You just need a return value. The interaction itself doesn't matter. When this goes right, your test is like a specification. When this goes wrong, let's look at what happens. I talk about overuse anti-patterns. Use well, test doubles bring the specification into focus. Misuse, they do the opposite. Overuse mocks or stops share one outcome. The test no longer expresses the specification. Overused mocks is named fragile tests. Refactoring turns green to red. The behavior is fine, but the test breaks. The test looks in call, args, and order. It knows the inside too well. It asserts how it's done, not what it should do. Good tests should survive any refactor, but the fragile test can't. Next, overuse stops. I don't know how it is named, but I named it blank check tests. Tests stay green even when the real dependency quietly changes. The star freezes the world at a specific time. When reality drifts, the stub doesn't notice. Green here means it runs, not it works. Good tests should prove the behavior is correct, but a blank check test can't. Mocha stops let the specification decide. Overuse turns tests into a liability, not the asset they should be. The simple check is, does this test express the specification I actually care about? And this is my rule. Real object by default. Test doubles only when they get in the way. Tests are messages to your teammate, to yourself. 前でね。When you are clear on what spec to convey, ちょっと目が悪くて。Mocks and Stubs really start to work for you. The right choice shift with your design, your layers, or your team. So make that judgment together. ダメだ。So it is the end of section 1. I drink water. In 真ん中。まあもう緊張しないっすわ。いきますわ。こっからやってくで。おい。あ、浮いちゃった。はい。Let's go to section 2. Best practices in the latest environment. Let's review how PHPUnit handles mocks and stubs. We used to build everything with getMock in PHPUnit 4. There is a lot of argument in getMock, but actually, this style was my first experience of test doubles. We got createMock at first in PHPUnit 5, but we still used createMock as stubs. We got createStub at first in PHPUnit 8, but we can distinguish stubs from mocks, but same internal behavior is still same. And here is the changes in 10, 11, 12, 13. The point is, stub can't be used as mocks. Mock can't be used as stub. 合ってるよなちょっとわかんなくなるこれ。はい。で、はい。はいじゃない。Here is the changes. Step by step. Best practices for handling mocks and stubs in PHPUnit are evolving. PHPUnit is getting intentional about the distinction, not just naming it, but enforcing it at the API level. That means version upgrade now comes with a cost you all will need to express intent. Let's walk through what that looks like in practice through my own migration. January of this year, I tried to upgrade PHP to 8.5, so I have to upgrade PHPUnit to 12.5. And after I ran test, here is, こっち。Whoa! I was shocked. I think it is ASCII art, like ASCII art. There is a vast number of PHPUnit notices. After I ran the test, 615 PHPUnit notices appeared, and PHPUnit said, no expectation were configured for the mock object for honya honya. Consider refactoring your test code to use a test stub instead. And that attribute can be used to opt out of this check. So here is my example test code. I made shared mocks in setup. Specifically, that example have process mock and cat mock. And in test, I use this getSUT method. And these are example tests. This test has all mocks properly configured because cat mock is configured, process mock was configured. But this test has some mocks unconfigured, specifically cat mock. So PHPUnit notices appeared. Every mocks now requires an assertion. This makes sense, but it completely breaks the way we used to write tests. A mock with no expect means effectively a stop. So it triggers the PHPUnit notices a lot of. And that issue, that migration reality is happening everywhere. This is a PHPUnit issue. People were in trouble about dealing with mock without expectation notices. That situation was the same as my situation. And there are two solutions. One, replace use create stub for assertion. Two, opt out using that attribute. That's it. And that is also PHPUnit issues. How to ignore all mock without expectation notices at once. Solution, there is no way to do that in PHPUnit. Deal with each notice one by one. And that is issue in Symfony. Symfony were in trouble with same situation, and they replaced create mock with create stub in each module. And this is in Drupal issue. They are same, and they replaced create mock with create stub in each module. Cake PHP is a little different from before. First of all, they replace, but after that, ended up using mockery. How about Laravel? Laravel's mocking helpers are built on mockery, not PHPUnit's native mocks, so no issues about that. And come back to my issue. What I did. PHPUnit is highly motivated to draw a clear line between mocks and stubs. I asked myself, what makes a good test? A good test expresses the specification. To do that, test doubles must express intent too. So I committed to fixing every notice step by step. This is my migration steps. First of all, bulk add the opt-out attribute by a custom rector because I want to finish upgrading PHP 8.5. And then next, replace what rector PHPUnit can replace. And then fill that attribute of one by one, and then on to PHPUnit 12.5. Rector PHPUnit out-converts create mock to create stop. It reduced the count and is worth trying. And when I used that tool, they didn't support intersection type. So I sent a pull request, and it was merged. So you can use with intersection type support. And now we are on PHPUnit 13. Oh, so I introduced 3 highlights in migration of PHPUnit 13. Migration point 1, any matcher is hard deprecated from 13. This is bad example test code because the test use any expression. So you have two choices. Two choices. One, make a mock complete. Specifically, don't use any expression. Two, make a stop complete. Specifically, remove expects directive. Migration point 2, without expects is hard deprecated from 13, that version. And this is example about example test code because no expects. So you also have 2 choices. Make a mock complete with expects, or make a stop complete, specifically remove expects and with. Migration point 3, at least with a non-positive argument, is hard deprecated from that version. Actually, I didn't face that issue, but I introduced that. That is bad example test code because at least argument is 0. It is non-positive number. So you also have two choices. Oh, yeah. Make a mock complete or make a mock, make a stuff complete. Hi. My migration points are 3, as I said before. It crosses off ambiguous mock at the specification level. Assert with create mock, imitate with create stop. Now enforced by the API. Takeaways. When you assert and imitate, use create mock only when it is part of the specification. Always pair with expect, or exactly always pair with expect drop, any drop at least with non-positive arguments. When you imitate only, use create stop. For dependencies, you don't need to assert. Configure with method and will return nothing else. Never write expect, never use with. That's it. So,終わっちゃう。終わりたくない。もっといたい。3時間ぐらい喋れます。はい。Summary. I write test code to make my development process easier. If I need test double with imitation and assertion, I use mocks. If only imitation, I use stops. PHPUnit is evolving to distinguish stops from mocks. Let's make a clear distinction between them. Oh, you know what to say? 完全に理解した。Repeat after me. 完全に理解した。Say. Wow! Nice, great, awesome. And, oh, I love PHPUnit. Thank you, Sebastian Bergman, for creating awesome test framework. And he gave the keynote speech in PHP conference Ottawa this year. So, scan the QR code, everyone, because I uploaded the video on PHP CTV, so you should watch it. You have to watch it. You must watch it. Everyone, do you have a smartphone? Everyone, please, and watch it. Very nice keynote. And I brought PHPUnit collaboration merch for my hosted conference. So if you come to me and said, your session is very nice, I will give you the sticker. I want to speak a lot of people, so talk to me. Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you. Enjoy your 2 days.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
わ、それは最初の英語のトークでした。
最初の英語のトークです。
わ、すごい。
いやでも英会話教室1年半通ったんで、成果が出ました。
じゃあもう僕は、
はい、
そんなに難しいトークを日本語で絶対できません。だから本当に英語上手です。
ありがとうございます。
じゃあ質問一つ、
一つだったら OK。
でも2つだったら。
2つはノー。
はい、じゃあ
1つは OK。
はい、ちょっと
簡単なので。
はい、簡単だけはできますから。じゃあ、テストを最初に書くの、コードを最初に書くの、どっちがいいんですか？
でも結構半々で、
はい。
やっぱ TDD もする時もあるけど、まあ、結構自分の頭の中で描けてる時は、プロダクトコードから書いちゃうんですけど、でも絶対に一番最初にやるのはテストケース名 テストケース名だけは最初に全部洗い出しておいておく。どういう仕様が欲しいかだけ洗い出しておいてから、テストコード書くときもあるし、プロダクトコード書いちゃうときもあるって感じです。
だから今 AI がコードを書けるので、そのテストを最初に書くとき AI のコードはもっとよくできると思いますか？
そうですね。それうわ喋ればよかったらそれスライド抜いたんですよ。それなんかうわいや言えばよかった。なんかやっぱいいテストコードがちゃんとあること、それ私の中では、仕様を満たしているテストコード、仕様を表現しているテストコードがそこにちゃんとあることでAI のガードレールになると思うんですね。だから AI はそれを見て、自分のリポジトリのテストコードを見て、真似っこして書くと思うので、やっぱ良いテストコードがどうあるべきかみたいな観点は自分の中で持っておくべきだし、自分でも書いておくべき、最初に。で、あとはAI にお任せしてもいいと思うんですけどって思って、うわ入れればよかった、それスライド。
じゃあありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。Thank you.
Okay, じゃあ皆さん everyone, thank you so much. We are now going to go into a break until 11:30. So 11時半までブレイクをします。これから。Everyone having fun so far? All right, cool. All right, so go forth, get some coffee, get some water, speak to our sponsors in the back here. You can speak super loudly right now because there are no talks going on. So if you want to yell at the sponsors, now's a good time. All right, cool. Thank you very much, and I will see you back here at 11:30.
just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. 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 Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah. Mine, yeah. Mine, yeah. Mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah. Mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. 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 I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you.
everybody? We good? Okay, I've got another vocab word for all of the foreigners in the audience. Everyone ready to learn a word? Okay, so our next word is genki. So genki is a Japanese word that doesn't exactly translate to any English word, but it can mean a lot of things. But one of the things it means is sort of like feeling good, excited, energetic, buoyant, bouncy, effervescent. So one of the ways that genki is often used is that when you meet up with someone, they'll say, genki desu ka? Which means, are you genki? And then you'll say, hai, genki desu, which means, yes, I am genki, right? So I'm going to ask all of you guys, minasan, genki desu ka? Genki desu! All right, good job. And I'm glad that you're all so genki. Genki. Genki te. All right, that's great. All right, our next speaker is a great friend of mine. We've spoken together at many Laracons all across the world. I think at all of them, right? And she hails from the great nation of Australia, down under. She rides motorcycles. She's very cool. And she works on the Laravel Nightwatch team. Please help me welcome the one and only Jess Archer to talk to us about ClickHouse.
Minasan, ohayo gozaimasu. Jess desu. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jess, and I'm from the Laravel team. And today I'm here to talk to you about Laravel Nightwatch and how we built it. For those of you that don't know, Laravel Nightwatch, can I get my slides up on the screen? There we go. So for those of you that don't know, Laravel Nightwatch is a first-party application monitoring tool made by Laravel for Laravel, and it monitors the three key pillars of observability, so exceptions, logs, and performance monitoring. Now, this means that we collect a lot of data from a lot of our customers' applications, and since we launched in June last year, we have ingested over 481 billion events into our database. So we only hold up to 90 days of data at any given point in time, But right now, our largest single database table in our largest region has 46 billion rows. This is 24 terabytes of data uncompressed, or 1 terabyte of data compressed. So you might be wondering, how do we ingest all of this data from all around the world into our database? So it looks a little bit like this. On the left, we have your Laravel application. You install the Nightwatch package, and it listens to all of the events that Laravel is emitting about what is happening. It packages these up, and it sends them over to the Nightwatch agent. This also runs on your server, whether it's your own server or Laravel Cloud, Laravel Forge. And this allows your observability data to be sent from your application very, very quickly to a local agent. The agent then buffers that data up and sends it every 10 seconds to our infrastructure, starting with the ingest endpoint where the data is validated. We make sure you have quota, you have an account, and then we put the data onto Kafka. So we put it onto a variety of different topics on Kafka, and from that point, we then use a service called ClickPipes. ClickPipes reads the data from the Kafka stream and inserts it into our database, and in this case, our database is called ClickHouse. So you might be wondering, what is ClickHouse? ClickHouse is an analytical database, also called OLAP, or Online Analytical Processing. It's very different from the traditional transactional databases like MySQL and Postgres that we are typically used to seeing. It is used by massive companies such as Cloudflare, eBay, Lyft, Vimeo, Microsoft, and so on. And in the case of Cloudflare, they ingest over 11 million rows per second into ClickHouse. At Nightwatch, we ingest about 22,000 events per second, so we're not quite at Cloudflare levels, but still very impressive that ClickHouse can handle all of this data. Now, my favorite things about ClickHouse is that it is free and open source. It also has excellent documentation, which is also available in Japanese. And we found it to be faster and cheaper to run than any of the competing products that we evaluated. So you might be wondering, how fast is it? So on my laptop right here, I have a MySQL server, a Postgres server, and a ClickHouse server with the same data set loaded in so that we can see the performance in real time. So to start off, let's have a look at the shape of our data. I'm just going to run this simple select statement to just get the first 100 rows from this requests table. We can see that it's a simplified version of the type of data we collect for Nightwatch. So we have the timestamp of a request, the URL of the request, the HTTP status code, and the duration of the request. Now, in this case, we can see this query took 3.9 milliseconds. So very, very quick with MySQL. Let's see how many rows it's reading, though. So we'll do a select count from requests, and I'll get this one running, because it can take a little bit of time. So 3.1 seconds to count that there are 20 million rows in this database. So it took a little while for it to count that. Let's now ask Postgres for the same count. And we'll see Postgres was a fair bit quicker, 252 milliseconds, the same 20 million rows. And now we'll ask ClickHouse for the count as well. And we can see ClickHouse counted it in 1.3 milliseconds. But ClickHouse gives us some extra information with the query results. It tells us how many rows it read and how much data. And in this case, we can see ClickHouse only read 1 row. So ClickHouse is cheating here. It didn't actually count all of the rows. It has an internal counter. So let's make it do a little bit more work. Let's add a where condition. And this timestamp is just 1 second into this 31-day data period. So this means it can't just look at its counter. We'll see that it still ran this query in 9.2 milliseconds, and we can see that it only read 8,193 rows. It's an interesting number. 8,192 is a special number in ClickHouse. It's called a granule, and ClickHouse will generally read data in chunks of 8,192. So in this case, we can see it read the 1 row to get the overall count, and then it just read the 1 chunk at the end to figure out what it had to do. So ClickHouse has a lot of tricks up its sleeve to make itself fast. But let's get into some more interesting queries. So this is with MySQL. This is a typical query we would use in Nightwatch to populate a chart or a graph. So we're going to select the date from the timestamp, the total number of requests for that date, the fastest, slowest, and average durations. So we'll run this query now. Again, this is with MySQL, reading those 20 million rows. So it takes a little bit of time with MySQL. So 8 seconds, and we got our results back. Now, if you're just doing a query for curiosity or for your boss, that amount of time is probably fine. But if you're building a real-time dashboard and maybe there's lots of graphs on the page, this is way too slow. Let's see how Postgres handles the exact same query. So Postgres is not too bad with this amount of data, 693 milliseconds. So now let's have a look how ClickHouse handles this exact same query with the same data set. We can see ClickHouse only took 81 milliseconds, and this time we can see it did read all 20 million rows in that table. And if I go back and run it again, it's even quicker this time because the query cache has warmed up. So let's talk about how ClickHouse is so fast. There's a lot of reasons, but the main reason comes down to how the data is actually stored on disk. So it's a difference between row-orientated and column-orientated. In a row-orientated database, which is our transactional databases like MySQL and Postgres, the data for each row lives together like this. In a column-orientated database like ClickHouse, the column data lives together. So the data for all of this column lives together, this lives together, this, and so on. So look at this in another way. Imagine our row-orientated database like MySQL is a single file on disk with all of the data concatenated one after each other. We can see we've got row 1, then row 2, then row 3, all after each other. In a database like MySQL, it's very fast to get to an individual row because all of that data lives together. The index helps it scan to this exact spot, and we get all of the data for that row. But when we want to do an aggregation query where we want to select a column from a lot of different rows, it now has to skip over all this irrelevant data, grab that duration, skip over more irrelevant data, grab another one, and so on. If we compare this with a column-orientated database, each column is a separate file on disk. So we can see we have the row data for just that column in each of these column files. Now, when we want to aggregate on an individual column, all of that data lives together. We don't need to skip over anything. We can just go and grab that data out nice and fast. But conversely, if we want to access data for an individual row, we now have to go and read that from all of these different files, which is why you generally don't want to do select star with ClickHouse. You want to select the exact rows that you want. And generally in ClickHouse, you're not dealing with individual rows. You're much more dealing with aggregates of a lot of rows. So now let's talk about how data is actually inserted into ClickHouse. Every single time you do an insert, it creates a new, what they call part, which is a directory on disk. So every insert is a whole new folder on disk. These parts are immutable. So when you want to change them later on, there's some special considerations that ClickHouse has to do to make this happen. But these parts get merged together in the background. So ClickHouse does a background merging process and combines all of these smaller parts into bigger and bigger parts. Now, the way data is indexed on ClickHouse is also a little bit different. So the primary key in ClickHouse serves not only as the index, but it also defines the order of data on disk, which is very, very important in ClickHouse. The primary index is also sparse. So the primary index only points to every 8,192nd row on disk because the entire primary index needs to fit in memory. Again, because you're not generally reading individual rows at a time, this is the optimization they have done. There are also other indexes available, data skipping indexes and projections that can help you with different query patterns, but your primary key is the most important tool in ClickHouse, and you need to optimize it for your most common query patterns. So what happens if ClickHouse isn't fast enough? I have this other table here. I've called it Requests XL for extra large, and I'm going to count how many rows are in this table. So this one has 1 billion rows. So let's see how ClickHouse handles this. So we're going to run the same chart query that we ran earlier, but now on our 1 billion row table. And we can see this took ClickHouse 1.8 seconds, and it read all 1 billion rows. That's still pretty good, but if you're, again, building a real-time dashboard, that's not fast enough. So ClickHouse still needs extra help to make it faster when you get to larger and larger volumes of data. But just to show you how ClickHouse can be optimized, if we add this additional where statement, so we're going to select just 1 hour's worth of data out of this 1 billion row data set, which is for 30 days, we can see this query still runs really fast. So it doesn't really matter how much data is in this table. We can still query it really fast if we scope it down. But when we want to query a big bulk of data, then we need to use other techniques. So let's look at the structure of this table. So we've got our requests XL table. We've got the timestamp of the request, the URL, the status code, the duration. And in this case, we're using the merge tree engine. This is the base engine in ClickHouse that all other engines kind of inherit from. And this is named after that merging process. This is kind of the best engine for storing raw data coming into the system. And then we define our primary key here, which in this case is timestamp, which makes this data really quick to query when we're filtering by timestamp because it can effectively exclude all of the other rows that are irrelevant. We're then going to create an aggregate table. This will store pre-aggregated data, which is going to help us make things faster. So we're calling this one requests XL by minute. We're going to aggregate the data by minute. So instead of timestamp, we're calling this bucket. This will represent a bucket of time, in this case, 1 minute's worth of time. And then we're going to store the number of requests, so the sum of requests for this minute. Sum is a simple aggregate function. It doesn't need to have a lot of state to combine multiple buckets together. You just need to have the total number in there, and we can combine them together to get the new sum. Same with fastest, which is the minimum duration. Slowest is the maximum duration. And then the average duration. This one's not a simple aggregate function because to store an average and combine multiple buckets together, we need to store a little bit of extra state. So average is just used as a regular aggregate function. The engine here is aggregating merge tree. So again, this extends from the merge tree. And in this case, our primary key is on the bucket, our timestamp column. To get data into our aggregate table, we can create a materialized view. Materialized views in ClickHouse are a little bit different than other databases. They are just an insert trigger. When data comes into one table, the materialized view will just insert that data into another table. So in this case, we're calling this requests XL by minute. The destination is our requests XL by minute aggregate table. And then we define where the data comes from. So we're just going to select, we're going to take the timestamp, but we're going to round it down to the start of the minute to be the bucket that it belongs to. The count of requests in that particular insert, the minimum duration, the maximum duration, and then the average duration for that individual insert. From our source table, which is our requests XL table, and we're grouping it by bucket. So to see how this works, we will insert 2 rows into our requests XL table. Those will go into the raw data table as those 2 rows. The materialized view automatically kicks off, and then that aggregates that rows and inserts it into our aggregating merge tree. And because those 2 rows were the same minute, and it got rounded down to the same minute, they get inserted as a single row. If we did another insert for the same minute, that would be an extra row in that table, but the merge process will continue to combine those together. Any rows that share the same minute will just get aggregated together and collapsed. So let's now run our chart query on our aggregate table. So remember, this is still 1 billion rows worth of data, but now we have pre-aggregated it. And we can run this query and see that this only took 15.8 milliseconds. So it's the same result as querying the raw data, but much, much faster because we've pre-aggregated it. And we can see that it read 44,640 rows, which happens to be the number of minutes in 31 days, which is the size of this data set. So how do we handle updates in a database where the parts are immutable? There's a few different techniques ClickHouse has for this. They have concepts of lightweight updates and heavyweight updates. A heavyweight update will actually rewrite the parts. This is generally very bad practice in ClickHouse because it puts a lot of strain to tell it to rewrite everything. There are lightweight updates that will effectively apply a mask over the data. When you query it, it will apply that, and at merge time, it will kind of resolve that and write the parts. But when we've got a lot of event data flying into the system and we just want to be able to update things, we can actually update by inserting. So let's look at this users table. This is an example of where we would store your user data. So if you have users of your application and we want to store the username and the name, we have the ID column of the user, the username, and their name. And this lets us, when you're looking at an individual request in Nightwatch, you can see which user made that request. This time we're using an engine called Replacing Merge Tree. This is a really cool engine in ClickHouse, and our primary key is the ID. Now, the primary key on a Replacing Merge Tree does define the order of data on disk and defines the index, but it also defines the behavior of the table. So any 2 rows that share the same primary key will get collapsed together into a single row where the latest one wins. So let's look at this in practice. Let's first just select star from our users table, and we can see that there are no rows in this table. I'm now going to insert 2 rows into here, so one for me and one for Taylor Otwell. So we'll insert those 2 rows into the table, and now we'll query the table, and we can see there's 2 rows in here. Now I've put my name in here as Jessica Archer, but that's what my mum calls me when I'm in trouble. So I want to rename this to Jess Archer, the name my friends call me. So to update this particular row, I can just insert a new row that has the same primary key, in this case 1, with my updated name. So I'm going to insert this, and then we'll query select star from our users table. But we can see we have 3 rows in here. We didn't update the existing row. ClickHouse doesn't want to rewrite things when you insert. It wants to just insert things onto disk as quickly as possible and get ready for the next data coming in. So how do we kind of work around this? Well, we can add the final keyword after the table definition, and it will resolve those duplicates at runtime. And we can see that it's still read 3 rows, but it's resolved that to just the 2 rows and only kept the latest version of my user record here. When the merge process happens in the background, it will actually become just 2 rows, but we always have to be mindful that the merge hasn't run yet and query it accordingly. So how do we isolate our tenants' data in Nightwatch? We capture data for a lot of different customers, and how do we prevent noisy neighbors? Or where one customer that has billions of rows of events, how do we stop all of those events from making Nightwatch slow for other customers? If we look at our requests table, we can add an extra column in here that we call environment ID. So this is our tenant ID. It's an unsigned integer, 32-bit. And then we can add that environment ID as the first key in our primary key. This means the data will be sorted on disk by environment ID first and then timestamp. And to see what this kind of looks like, we can see all of the data for environment 1 lives together, then environment ID 2, then environment ID 3, and so on. Each time we insert a part, the data is sorted according to the data that just came in, and when it gets merged together, it all gets combined together, but maintains that sort order. So this means as long as we're filtering by environment ID first, it will always be able to get down to just those rows, and it doesn't matter how much extra data is in the database, it will zoom into just the rows that we care about for that particular customer. Now, how do we manage data retention? We've got a lot of data coming into our system. We only hold it for up to 90 days. How do we delete that effectively? Well, we can see we have our timestamp column here. This is the timestamp that the request occurred. We can use this timestamp and define a TTL, or time to live, on this table definition. And in this case, we're saying that the TTL for rows in this is the timestamp plus an interval of 90 days, which means once this data is 90 days old, ClickHouse can delete it. But importantly, ClickHouse won't delete it immediately once that data is 90 days old. It will delete it as part of the merge process. So again, we always need to be mindful that the data, there may be more than 90 days of data in there at any one point. We can also make ClickHouse's job a little bit easier here. We can petition the data and tell ClickHouse how to petition it. So in this case, petitioning it by date. So that means that when it's combining the parts together, the largest part it will contain is just a day's worth of data. So it won't create one big part for all data. It will go all data for that day lives together, the next day, and so on. And if we combine that with this setting, TTL only drop parts, it will only delete data when it can delete an entire part. And it's much faster for ClickHouse to just delete an entire folder than it is to try and delete little pieces out of those column files. Now, how do we detect exceptions? We have a lot of data flying into our system. We need to notify you when a new exception occurs or when an existing exception has reoccurred. We have all this data flying in. How do we detect that very quickly so we can notify you? Let's first look at our raw data table. So this is our exceptions table where we store the raw exceptions that are happening in your applications. We have our environment ID, the timestamp of the exception, the class name of the exception, and the message of the exception. In reality, there's a lot more columns like the stack trace, the file, and line, but for simplicity, we'll just talk about these ones. This is our raw data table, so we're just using the merge tree engine, and our primary key is our environment ID and then our timestamp. We're then going to create an aggregate table called pending exceptions. In this table, we're going to store the environment ID again, the class name, and then we're going to store just the sum of the number of occurrences of that particular class in that environment, and also the last inserted at time. So this is the This just defaults to now, and so every time we insert that data, we'll just capture the date that we inserted it, but we'll always keep just the max, the highest number, or the latest one. This is an aggregating merge tree. The primary key, again, is our environment ID and class, which means multiple rows with the same environment ID and class will be collapsed together into a single row, and those occurrences will get summed together. And we have an interesting TTL on this table. So the TTL is the last inserted at column, which means that as soon as data is inserted into this table, it is eligible for TTL because the timestamp is always now. But we can add this extra little bit here that says delete where occurrences is 0. So effectively won't delete this data until the count of occurrences is 0, but then the data is immediately eligible to be deleted. We have a materialized view, pending exceptions MV. This goes to our aggregate table, pending exceptions, and the source of the data is selecting the environment ID, the class name, and just the count of occurrences from our source table, grouped by environment ID and class. So let's see how this one works. We're going to insert 2 exceptions. It's the same class, but 2 different environments, environment 123 and 456. So we'll insert those into our raw data table, and now we're going to query for pending exceptions, exceptions we haven't dealt with yet. So we're just going to select the environment ID, the class, and the sum of occurrences from our pending exceptions table, where the occurrence is greater than 0. And we can see that we have 2 exceptions from 2 different environments with 1 occurrence each. Let's insert some more exceptions. So we'll insert 1 more occurrence of the runtime exception in environment ID 123. And now if we query this table, we can see that our environment ID 123 now has 2 occurrences. So this lets us scan this table quickly and say there's new occurrences of, in this environment of this exception. We can then dig deeper and see if this is a new occurrence or an existing occurrence, send you notifications, and do all of that sort of stuff. But in order to acknowledge the exceptions so that we don't just keep seeing the same list over and over again, we have this really cool technique where we insert negative values into this table. So we're just going to insert for environment ID 123, -2, environment 456, -1. We'll insert this into the table, and now we'll query for pending exceptions, and now we can see that there are 0 rows. Importantly, we don't set occurrences specifically to 0, because in the time that we query this table, more exceptions might have come in that we still need to address. So we always just subtract the number that we have actively checked, and then if new data comes in the meantime, then it won't go down to 0. We can see here, though, that it read 5 rows, again, because ClickHouse hasn't actually deleted those rows yet. The TTL process hasn't kicked in. We can force an unscheduled merge by running optimize table final. And now if we query that table again, we can see it actually read 0 rows. Those other rows are now gone. So how does it work in Laravel? It's pretty straightforward. There's 2 different packages. We use this first one, PHP ClickHouse Laravel. There's also another really exciting new package called Laravel ClickHouse by Albert, who's speaking this afternoon. And this lets you just use Laravel's query builder the way you normally would. So we select our ClickHouse connection, the table we're interested in, standard SQL, standard conditions. And that's all I have for you today. Arigatou gozaimashita.
All right. Arigatou gozaimasu, Jess-san. Great job.
Thank you.
Cool. That was awesome. As always, love to hear about ClickHouse. So, with sort of column-oriented databases, what do you think are the worst performing use cases for a column-oriented database? So when should I absolutely never use a column-oriented database?
That's a fantastic question. For most applications, you always need a transactional database or a row-oriented database. So in Nightwatch, we don't just use ClickHouse. We use Postgres for all of our transactional data, our user accounts, and all of the issues we create. So the column-oriented database is really for our raw data, our bulk analytical data. So again, all applications, I believe, generally need a transactional database, but only some applications need an analytical database when you have a lot of data and you need to query it fast.
Awesome. And so it seems like this is, ClickHouse is really well suited to sort of event-driven applications. I don't know if any of you know, but I'm a big event sourcing guy. It's a secret. But I love this sort of like aggregation of data that's sort of stored immutably over time and then aggregated up to sort of useful in real-time data. So this type of stuff is super cool to me. Thank you very much for coming out here.
Thank you.
All right. How's everyone doing? Good? All right. Our next speaker, he is a contributor to PHP Core and the Japanese PHP documentation. He is just a super involved guy here in Japan and a common speaker. Many of you may know him. He's speaking in Japanese, so please help me welcome Takeda Kentaro-san.
場をつながなければいけないらしいですね。何を話せばいいんだろう。午前中ヌーノがすごいいい話をしてくれました。でヌーノが話してくれたことと、今日若干似たような話をします。ただ私の話の方がかなり基本的な部分に入ります。テーマは今 AI コーディング来てますっていう時に、私たちのテーマってAI をどう制御するか、AI の暴走からどういうふうにアプリケーションを守るのかっていうところだったと思うんですけれども、でヌーノのアプローチ、何でしたっけ、コンポーザーテストの中にさまざまなフックを仕込んで、普段であれば PHPUnit しか実行しないところを、スタティックアナリシスとか、型解析、同じか、あとタイプスクリプトの型チェックも一緒にやっちゃって、品質を矯正しようっていうところ、やり方はかなりアグレッシブなやり方だと思うんですね。もう AI に積極的に介入していくやり方なんですけど、やろうとしていることは一緒です。なんですけど、私が話すのはもっともっと基本的なところ、ララベルの基本に立ち返ったときに、それがどういう形で私たちのアプリケーションを守るのだろうかっていうのを、話していこうと思います。あとさっきね、日本語で話しますっていうふうに紹介いただいて、今も日本語で喋ってるんですけど、この後、英語にすることにしました。1週間前に英語に変えました。クロードコードね、すごい便利になりましたね。気が変わったのは1週間前なんですけど、翻訳は全部クロードコードにやってもらって、でもう私の必殺のプロンプトがですね、クロードコードで翻訳してくれるわけですよ。プロンプトの1行目、何を書いたか。この台本を話すのは日本語話者である。英語は全く何もわからないので、難しい単語は一切使ってくれるな。で、クロードコードにプロンプト出したら、すっごい簡単な英語になってくれたので、1週間で準備ができました。なので、あれですね、ぜひともこれ、両方英語、日本語出てくると思うんですけど、僕の英語の練習に付き合うと思って英語の方もちょっと見ていただければなというふうに思ってます。大丈夫かな。じゃあ何の話をしようかな。最近の PHP の RFC の話をしましょう。ジェネリクス。あれはね、RFC で PHP のジェネリクスタイプが今投票されてるのを今知ってる方はどれぐらいいらっしゃいますか？意外と少ない、意外と少ない。今 PHP の NEXT バージョンって書いてあったので、だからもし採択されれば次のバージョンに、ジェネリクスが入るかもしれないっていうようなところになってますね。でこれね、今 PHP の、私たちの本当にもう長年の夢みたいな感じで、Java と同じような 感じで、もうコレクション T 型とかアレイイント型とか書きたいわけですよ。それが長いこと、なかなか、実現してこなかった。で、実現してこなかった理由っていろいろあるんですけど、一番クリティカルな理由っていうのはパフォーマンスですよね。関数にアレイを入力しましたと。で、そのアレイの中に要素が1万個あります。で、ジェネリクスを対応するって、アレイ突っ込まれて、その中に要素が1万個あったとしたら、その1万個全部型チェックするんですかっていうふうな話になっちゃうので、まあ、パフォーマンス的に無理なわけですね。今までうまくいかなかった、理由が大体そこで、落とされてきたんですけれども、まあ、それはそうとPHP スタンやってらっしゃる方ですとか、あと PHP インターナルの方にジェットブレインズに勤められている方がコメントされてたのが面白かったんですけど、何でしたっけ、書いてあった内容が私はジェットブレインズに、勤めています。で、ジェットブレインズでスタティックアナリティクス、ジェネリクス型の型保管を実現するためにいろいろやっているんだけれども、なんかスタティックアナリティスのツール3つぐらいやって3つ全部に対応しなくちゃいけないのがエディター屋としてぶっちゃけ辛すぎるのでどうにか公式で対応してくれないかといや、もうちょっと丁寧に書いてありますよ。もうちょっと丁寧な書き方されてるんですけれども、そんなことがずっと書いてあってですね、いろいろもっといや、反編とか強編とかね、リスコフの時間原則はどうなるんだとか、そういう真面目な議論があったんですけど、一番惹かれたのはやっぱりそこですよね。いや、ぶっちゃけつらい、分かる分かる分かるよ分かるよ、僕もねユーザーとしてドックブロックスに PHP スタンと P サルムの両方のアノテーションを書かなきゃいければいけないだけで結構辛くなっているっていうとそちらのタットさんって方に怒られそうなんですけど使う側がねそれだけ厳しいってなってくると、多分エディターを作る側になってくると、相当厳しいんじゃないかなって、ご興味があったらインターナルのメーリングリストを見に行ってみてください。おつながった？できればこれがこのまま私が喋っていいのかな。司会の方が喋った方がいいのかな大丈夫じゃあもうちょっと、もうこれでもこんな機会なかなかないんで、もうちょっと好きな話をさせてください。細々となんですけど、PHP にコントリビューションしています。で、PDO、データベースのドライバーですね。PDO のドライバーが好きでよくコントリビューションしてるんですけれども、なかなかですね、ララベルとか使ってるとデータベースと接続する時の機能ってつながるなって感じだと思うんですけど、またですね、PDO っていうレイヤーとララベルっていうレイヤーのインピダンスミスマッチが結構大変なんですよ。結構大変なんですよ。はい。クイズです。MySQL、クリエイテーブル、ID インテジャー、is active、ブーリアン書きました。で、マイグレーション流す。で、エロケントモデルにハイデレーションさせますよね。で、ダラーユーザー is active。型は何でしょう？ブーリアンだと思う人。 この聞き方で聞いたらね、絶対正解じゃないんですよね。MySQL だと、ブーリアンっていうのは tinyInt1 のエイリアスになるので、エロクエントでハイドレーションしても、やっぱりそのままね、インテージャー型になっちゃいます。これは MySQL がそういう仕様になってるから、仕方ない。で、エロクエントは、それをカバーするために、キャストの属性を持ってくれているんですけれども、ちょっとね、昔とある出来事がありましたと。私は MySQL よく知らないので、PDO のポスグレを追いかけているんですけれど、PDO のポスグレの方で、ポスグレが扱う方と PHP が扱う方をちゃんと一致させるためのプルリクエストっていうのが1回出されたことがあります。これはね、ポスグレを使っている人であれば、全ユーザーが歓迎するプルリクエスト。で、ポスグレ以外を使っている人から見ると、ポスグレのことだよね。よくわかんないけど、いいんじゃないっていう感じで、PHP にアクセプトされて、マージされたんですけれども、そのポスグレの、型を厳密にするプルリクエストのおかげで、MySQL ドライバーで動いているエロクエントが壊れました。いつだっけな、確か8.0 点、あれ、お客様の中に PHP のマイナーバージョンにお詳しい方いらっしゃいますが、多分 8.0 点いくつだと思うんですけど、あれはね、なかなかしびれる出来事で、確かね、マージされた1週間後とかそれぐらいのタイミングで、テイラーはなかなか PHP ソースのリポジトリには現れないんですけど、いやちょっとポスグレで型を堅牢にしたみたいなんだけれども、ちょっと私たち壊れて困っているみたいな感じで、そのままねリバートされて戻されるっていうような出来事があったりしたんですね。一つ目のセッションにあったヌーノの話、とにかく、型なり何なりをストリクトに倒してプログラムを堅牢にしろっていうメッセージだと思うんですけれども、で私も基本的にそのスタンスは好きです。そのスタンス好きなんですけど、いざ PHP ソースとか PDO とかのレイヤーに降りていったりとかすると、結構そういう、難しい事情とかで、苦しんでいる人がいる。私はたまにコントリビューションする程度なんでそこまでは関わっていないんですけれども、ちょっと、たまには PHP とか、PDO とかのことも思い出してほしいななんて思ってます。これはおかしいね。そういうことか。
Minasan, because of technical difficulties, I think we're going to go to lunch early and then come back slightly early, and then Takeda-san can speak after lunch. Is that okay? So shitara, we're going to leave here now. We're going to go to lunch. You have a little less than 90 minutes for lunch. So try and be back here in this room at 1:30. And then we will have fixed our slide situation. And we'll have Takeda-san speak then. So thank you very much. Sorry about that. We'll go eat some lunch. And then when you come back, we will hear from Takeda-san. So thank you. Oh yeah, and then lunch matching. So if you want to participate in lunch matching, you want to get assigned a group of people to eat lunch with. If you don't have a group already, feel free to come up to the front by the stage. They come up on the stage, or okay, come up on the stage if you want to be lunch matched. And then we will put you in groups. Me and Ryuta.
wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. How was lunch? All right, we can learn a little Japanese word here for all of our foreign attendees. You know what word I'm going to teach? Correct. The word we're going to learn is gochusou sama deshita. So gochusou sama deshita is what you say after you eat a really good meal, and it's a way of sort of showing your appreciation and respect to the person who cooked the meal or provided the meal, and saying, "Oh, that was a feast." And so, if you ever go to a Japanese restaurant after you eat, as you're leaving, you should bow and say "Gochusou sama deshita," and they will love that. So please do that. Let's try it one more time, just as a group. Ready? Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to back up. They told me, stand back here. So let's try it. Say no, gochusou sama deshita. All right, good job, everybody. Okay, so before we split for lunch, we had just introduced Takeda-san, and then Takeda-san's had some technical difficulties. So then Takeda-san entertained us all with his impromptu conversation about generics and open source and PDO drivers and all sorts of other important things that he's contributed to. So I'm not going to reintroduce Takeda-san. Instead, I'm just going to get out of the way and let him take over. Takeda-san, onegaishimasu.
先ほどフリートーク何話せばいいかわからなかったので、つい冒頭で全部クロードコードに訳させましたってネタばらししちゃったんですよ。だからこれから私ねこの後まあ流暢な英語なふりをして話すんですけど、まあはい、私が流暢に英語を話せるとこう言い聞かせた上で皆さん聞いてください。では、始めます。Hello, I'm Kentaro Takeda. Today I'll talk about the fundamentals of Laravel. After I proposed this talk, I realized the Taylor would be coming to Japan. Then I remembered my own talk title. Break. Unwet pair. Don't worry, the culprit is not Laravel, it's us. Now let's begin. I started using PHP back in 2006 For a long time, I used nothing at all and built everything myself. But honestly, I don't think any of it turned out well. Then 2019, I started using Laravel. My only regret was not choosing it sooner. Ever since, I've been spreading the word about what makes Laravel great. This is my third year in a row giving a Laravel talk on a conference in Japan. Dr. Strange Laravel. My 2023 talk is my favorite. It's an homage to Stanley Kubrick, of course. I'm glad I can share it with an international audience. In that talk, I covered the fundamental of Laravel. Which is also today's theme, and I feel a strong need to revisit it. The reason is AI coding. So let's get into the main topic. The age of AI coding is here, but what does it look like in practice? I'm hearing more and more stories of people struggling with reviews and shipping some giant blob, and that AI generates in an instant. I also hear stories of people who tamed AI and gained incredible productivity. What's the difference? I think the key is this: how many choices did you hand to the AI? The more choices it has, the harder it is to predict. The Laravel way solves that. Even you let AI write everything, it still matters that you understand what the Laravel way is. This is the front page of the Laravel official website. Laravel is no longer just for us artisans. Clearly, AI has gotten its hands on Laravel. So what does minimizing design decisions mean? Clean architecture, hexagonal, DDD, onion. We have many options for bringing order to complex software. Used well, they're powerful. But used badly, turn into a footnote that makes your application even more complex. With too many options, even humans end up building a cathedral of complexity. So what about an AI? Driven by probability and uncertainty. Generative AI is great at generating, but bad at simplifying or disposing. 大事なところなんで日本語でも言います。生成 AI は生成するのは得意。でも、捨てたりシンプルにするのは彼らは苦手です。この間ね、とあるプルリクエストでちょっと使ってない機能を削除しよう。クロードコードにやってみたんですよ。クロードコードは、きれいに使ってないコードの300行ほどのコードを消してくれました。素晴らしい。その代わり、その機能が本当に消えていることを確認するレグレッションテストを100行ぐらい書いてくれました。そういうことをやっちゃうんですね、AI は。それが設計判断を、最小化、することがなぜこの時代に重要かということです。That's exactly why minimizing design decisions matters. So let's look at the example. This is an example from the Laravel Boost guidelines. It removes the option of override defaults from the start. It removes any room for the AI to make decisions at all. Laravel is strong here. It's an opinionated framework on par with Ruby on Rails. And now, the challenge of keeping AI agent under control plays right to that strength. From here, let's look at the structure of the Laravel way. So what exactly is the Laravel way? The answer is simple. If you build your application using Laravel features, that is the Laravel way. Let's focus on artisan make command. Look at where the generate class go, and the structure starts to emerge. Make model API is my favorite command. This one command tells the whole story. Eloquent model maps one-to-one to a table. A controller bundles its class, which class should handle authentication, authorization, and validation. How you should build test data. It's all expressed here. This is minimizing design decision. And for simple CRUD, you finish adding just a few lines to each file. That said, very few applications are finished with simple CRUD alone. Side effects, invariants, separations of concerns, cross-cutting concerns. How should we handle complex requirements? Laravel provides components to help with these. 2. If there is a feature you've never used, I'd encourage you to look at least look the output of the make command. Taylor says you should stay faithful to the framework conventions. I agree, of course, and it matters even more for Laravel, an opinionated framework. Core consistently ties directly to minimizing design decisions. This is a debate you hear often in framework-based development. How you face the framework and how much distance you keep from it. Tight coupling and violations of the solid principles do carry real downsides, but making development harder by not using the framework's feature gets things bad work. On one side, advice to keep your distance. On the other, advice to get the rails. How do you satisfy both? This isn't a question of too separate or not. It's a question of, do you use the separation Laravel already provides? Let's look at concrete example in the next session. Following the solid decomposing into single responsibility classes for the controller end up like this. That code is clear. You can guess each step from its name alone. But the method name and arguments differ slightly each time. So it's an error-prone structure. Forget the authorization call, run it before authorization, mix up an argument, and everyone is a security incident. Laravel absorbs that entire call sequence: authorization, model resolution, authorization, validation, then the controller. By the time it reaches the controller, everything is done. Our job becomes just write it back. Here's the code for just write it back. It writes in the date, then returns it. That's all. Most validation is just single responsibility classes that assembles an array. And custom rules, which tend to get complex, can be separated out of the validation rule. Authorization can be written as a pure class with no dependencies at all. It takes a user and target model and just returns a bool. Here it is the only state check, put an owner or maintainer check. The structure we've seen so far is strong for testing. As you'd expected, policy and validation rule are pure PHP class. Notice that eloquent models works without database. If you build data with force field and set relation, you can unit test complex relationships. And the feature test verifies the whole pipeline. It checks the happy path of policy and the form request in just one case. Since the individual failure cases can go into unit tests, the feature test can focus on the main logic. Class names, where they go. The generation command, all Laravel conventions. Developers don't have to decide what goes where. I've prepared a more detailed article, how authentication, authorization, and validation leads to their final form, plus advanced techniques like state transition authorization. The entry point is down. The entry point is done. Next, exit point. Notification logging, external integration, aggregations, put these side effects in the controller. At its broads. Laravel solutions, events and listener. The controller dispatches an event and multiple listeners each take on their own responsibility. Take order confirmation on an e-commerce site. Inside a transaction, we purchased and charge payment. That much is the core responsibility. The timing of the event dispatch can be controlled of the listener's side. Notification, inventory update, logging, email, all the listener's responsibility. The controller stays agnostic to the side effects. A synchronous listener deducting the inventory must happen right after the order is confirmed, so it's synchronous. Constructor injection works, it's just a normal class. All it does is one responsibility in the handle method. This is an asynchronous listener. Sending mail goes onto a queue. With shoot queue after commit, you can delay the dispatch until the commit completes. Async work and transaction control are generally hard, but we don't have to think about any of that. Testing is simple here too. On the controller side, event fake verifies only the dispatch. On the listener side, it stands by itself, no request, no dispatch. Being able to test each one independently is proof of loose coupling. Hard to follow is common concern, but seen another way, the difficulty is itself a proof. The controller stays agnostic to the side effect, and that is exactly what successful loose coupling looks like. When you do need to trace, observability is there separately. Outside event list, ID references, the directory listing. Let's bring the entry and the exit together. The shapes differ, but wiring, the naming, and the placement are all Laravel conventions. All that remains on the upside is the contents of each responsibility class. The details are in the article. It's about the design choice or not introduced on your own layers. We've seen the pieces of one by one so far. Now let's step back and look at the whole structure from above. I'll walk through it from left to right. Let's start with the inbound side. CRUD operations per resource. The entry point is Laravel's fundamentals. Root resource bundles all the CRUD into a single controller. Before control reaches the controller, Laravel finishes all the preprocessing for us. The controller stays agnostic to authentication, authorization, and validation. That is a key point. The eloquent model is to be processed is already resolved in advance too. This preprocessing is a crucial part of the Laravel way. Here is an example of scene code. If you can make every controller this scene, that's ideal. Next, side effect. We separate concerns by dispatching an event. The code you write in the controller is just one line. Let's also look at persistence. Laravel provides a way to bridge the gap between the domain model and active record. You just combine single responsibility classes and methods of a few lines each. Persistence layer side effect can be separated in an event-driven way too. You can implement invariants and cross-cutting concerns in a clean shape. Finally, testing. If you fix event, you can ignore the side effect and simply test run request and response. Your feature test run fast. Fine-grained error handling and logic at each intervention point can be tested at unit test granularity. Run the happy path through a feature test and everything else through the unit test. You can split the work like that. We've now gone through the structure of the Laravel way. The ideas behind it are consistent. First, every mechanism exists to prevent controllers and models from bloating. Second, implicit behavior through conventions. Introducing your own layers mean write code just via sync together. In Laravel, that's unnecessary. Last, testability. The implementation behind the conventions can be unit tested. At runtime, it cooperates with the framework, but the unit of testing stays independent. Keep the structure in mind, and your application stays simple. Even with all these techniques, there may still be things that don't fit the Laravel way. That's a way to handle these too. You extend the framework itself using the DI container and Laravel's internal events. It's a last resort, but with it, no matter how complex the requirement, your app layer can stay on the Laravel way. If you are interested, take a look at this talk. Everything so far has been solid Laravel design now. Why it matters even more with AI. A line from developer's blog. The minimizing decision we've seen so far works on AI too. From here, let's look at it from two angles: testing and scaffolding. First, testing. The boost guideline tells the AI to run the minimal number of tests. What happens when the combines with the Laravel way? Let's see on the next slide. The Laravel way break up into small unit, policy, validation rule, listener. The test is small too. The AIs generate, test, fix, loop, run fast, and humans can focus on the just a broken part. The second is scaffolding. It's the same guideline as before. Once the AI is told to use the make command, there's no more room to get lost. Laravel Boost doesn't teach the AI anything special. It just translates the Laravel way. Code that's readable for humans is also easy for AI to handle. The source is the same, minimizing design decisions. From here, I summarize the key point and wrap up. From the official Laravel documentation, Laravel already had a way, so reaching this position was a natural outcome. It's preciously because AI now generates huge amount of code. That's the humans who understand the way the structure become more variable. Because, in the end, the last guardrail is a human. A recap. What the AI needs is minimizing design decisions, and the Laravel way is the answer. It's the shortest route to keeping things from falling apart. To close, a line from the top of the Laravel Boost guideline. Taylor, thank you for Laravel. Thank you all for being here today.
ありがとうございます、武田さん。本当に英語でやれました。
できた。
できた。よくできました。
よくできました。ありがと
う。じゃあ、人間のエンジニア。
人間のエンジニア。
に簡単になるものは AI にも簡単になると思いますか？だからこれはどのファイルにこのコードを書くのとか、イベントを使ってかコントローラーを使ってか、その問題が人間にもありますけど、ララベルはそれをもっと簡単になるかもしれない。
なると思います。
そしてそのsimplicity, who's got simplicity? What? そのwhat was it? 簡単さ Maybe I don't know. その簡単さはAI にもその同じ簡単さになるかもしれない。
人間が直感的に感じる簡単さっていうのは、例えばこうパッとコードベースを見たときに、初見のコード、初めて見るコードベースです。はい、初めて見たときに、10分ぐらい見れば、分かったってなるのが人間にとっての簡単さだと思うんですけど、はい、10分ぐらいで分かったってなるコードは大したこと書いてないコードなんで、僕らが仕事で触るコードっていうのは、もっと巨大じゃないですか。読むのも何日もかかるんですよ。読むのも何日もかかるにもかかわらず、そこで簡単だって思うことができる条件は、僕はね、一貫性だと思ってます。で、Laravel Way が、一貫性を保ってくれている。で、そこでコードが一貫していると AI が迷わないんですよ。
じゃあ、ありがとうございます。
ここがポイントだと。はい。
Cool. じゃあ、alright. じゃあ、ありがとうございます、武田さん。すみません。Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Takeda-san, for being flexible and helping us with our little technical mistakes. I think we're okay, so Good? All right. Bringing up next, we're going to bring up my friend and yours, speaking to us, creator of many, many things, which I'm sure you all use. Laravel Herd, Beyond Code, all of the many, many things he's created throughout his career. I'm going to introduce Marcel, who's going to be talking to us about making music with PHP. Thank you, Marcel.
So, before we go, I have to start a little something. All right. This should be good. We'll find out in a second. Okay. So, I was supposed to talk right after lunch. So I prepared a little bit to get the energy up again. And I'm still going to do it, so bear with me. I want you all, we're all going to make music with PHP today. And to get you in the mood of making music, we're going to make this together. Okay, cool. So, I'm going to split the room. You are going to clap with me, please. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. So you, please clap along. Perfect. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, and now you are going to clap 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. You got to sync it up. Perfect. All right, cool. So you're kind of the bass drum, you're the snare. Thank you, that's it. Arigato gozaimasu. Perfect. Okay, so now you know what's going to happen. We're going to make music, not just by clapping, but by making code. My name is Marcel Pociot. I am coming all the way from Germany. This is my first time in Japan. Thank you very much for having me in your beautiful country. It's definitely not going to be the last time that I will be here. And I'm working at Beyond Code, where we create software tools for Laravel developers, software tools for PHP developers, some of which you might have used, such as Laravel Herd, Tinkerwell, Expose, and other things. And if you want to follow me on social media, that's where you can find me. All right. So, as I said, we're going to make music with PHP. What does this look like? Let me just first check if it works. Oh yeah, it works. Cool. All right. So we have this little sound function. And in this sound function, we can type patterns that will then be turned into sound. So if we want to recreate what you just clapped, we would have BD, which stands for bass drum. So we have 4 bass drum samples. So we play this. Oh, wow, this is loud. OK, cool. And then if we want to add the snare, we can do it like this. So we have a pause, the snare, the pause, the snare. It doesn't really sound like a snare, so we can also change this. So we can say that we want to play the second sample, so the second snare sound. That sounds more like a snare to me. And then we can add, for example, a hi-hat. So we can say we want to add the hi-hat 16 times on top. So kind of like that. Now, this is running in the browser because this is my presentation, but it's actually a Laravel app that connects to a PHP WebSocket server running in the background. And yeah, this is just to give you a quick demo of what we can do in there. I'm going to show a lot more later on. Now, why do we want this in the first place, right? So I was basically just scrolling through my Instagram or YouTube Shorts feeds, as you do, while the AI agent was busy or something, I don't know. And I saw this streamer. She's called Switch Angel. So if you're into this thing, definitely look her up. She's amazing. And she does this. Like, she streams coding music and then produces actual songs. And I saw this, and as I love making music myself, and I love PHP, I thought, I want to bring this to PHP. I want to make this possible in PHP. What she used was written in JavaScript. So that kind of led me down this rabbit hole of trying to figure out how can we do this in PHP. And along the way, I learned that this is not called live coding. We call it algo-rave. So if you want to search for more, algo-rave is the term. OK, so there are two approaches out there that already exist. There's one called Strudel and another one called title cycles. Strudel is the one that was used in these YouTube shorts that I saw. It's written in JavaScript. It runs entirely in the browser. And because of that, it uses the Web Audio API to make sounds, to play music. So everything happens on the client side, which didn't really help me in bringing this to PHP. Because if everything runs on the browser, we can't really use PHP there to help us. So I looked at title cycles. And title cycles is written in Haskell. And the way it works, it generates these OSC messages, which stands for Open Sound Control Messages. Kind of, if you know MIDI, the MIDI format, this is like MIDI 2.0. And then it sends it to an additional program running on my computer, which is called Super Collider. And this means that it's portable. So what we now have is we have a pattern engine, which can be written in any language. This pattern engine transforms this bass drum, snare, whatever sound into these open sound control messages. And then we just send it to Super Collider and tell it, please play these sounds. So the pattern engine actually does not make the sounds. So Super Collider is the tool that makes the sounds, which allows us to port this to PHP. So we end up with an architecture that looks something like this. So we have a pattern, bass drum, snare, hi-hat, whatever. We pass this to a scheduler that constantly checks which sound do we need to play now. We transform this into these open sound control messages, send it to Super Collider, and then we hear the actual sound. So the pattern defines what we want to play. The scheduler takes care of when do we actually want to play it, and then Super Collider is the tool that actually turns it into sounds. Now, if we have this sound function and these patterns, how does it actually work? So if we have something like BD, SN, HH, SN, so the bass drum, snare, hi-hat, snare, then we are working with something called cycles. So if you know a bit about music, like a bit theoretic music background, then usually we have different bars in music with notes in each bar. But here, we're talking about cycles. So it's basically constantly looping over these cycles. And when we play sounds, we try to place these sounds evenly distributed inside of one cycle. So the bass drum would be at 0, the snare at 0.25, and so on. So the more notes we add, the more they will be evenly distributed within this cycle. And we can change the tempo and the speed of our songs by changing the amount of cycles we want to loop over per second. So this is called CPS. And by default, this is around 120 beats per minute. So what does the sound function actually do? Well, it basically is sort of a template language that turns this pattern language into an array of event objects. And the event object then holds information about which sound do we need to play, like the bass drum. It holds information about when it starts and when it ends. And there's quite a lot that we can do in this pattern language. If you ever experienced and played around with Strudel, this syntax is very familiar. So this is kind of the Strudel syntax. So you can group individual nodes together. You can alternate between nodes. You can speed things up, slow things down, repeat them, change the samples. I'm going to show you a bunch of these later on. And what's also cool is that we can visualize this. So as I said, this is a Laravel app running on my browser, and it connects to a PHP WebSocket server. So for example, if we do this bass drum thing again, there we go. We send the pattern to PHP. PHP now transforms this into these Open Sound Control messages, sends it to Open Sound Control and Super Collider, and streams it back via WebSockets to the browser so that we can render and visualize this. And this is actually like really capable, and it can go really fast. So if we do something like that, like here you can see the events coming in from PHP in real time. All right. Wow, this is loud. Another thing that's really cool is that we can not only play drum patterns and drum loops, but we can also produce actual notes. So in this case, what we pass to the sound function is actually the instrument. It's called SuperSaw. The program is called Super Collider. I'm not really sure why everything is super, but, well, it's called SuperSaw. And then we pass in additional notes that we want to play. So here we would have the note C. So if you have like a piano roll, it's the note C. And the number next to it says on which octave. So this is the C on the second octave. Then we go one up to the third, and so on. And then we play this. Go back down. And again, all of this goes through PHP over a WebSocket server, also being streamed back to the browser. So there are a couple of transformations that you can do with this pattern language. Like we can add and chain additional methods on it because we're now using PHP. Like we can use the fast method to increase the speed. We can use slow. We can use reverse to reverse things and a whole bunch of stuff. So how does this affect the result of this sound method? So we just have these two events. If we, for example, speed them up, we automatically calculate, well, there are two sounds that we want to place inside one cycle. If we speed it up by 2, suddenly we have 4 events that needs to be placed in this one cycle. And we can also change and add effects to it. So for example, the gain. Gain is basically the volume. So we can say that we want to have these sounds and then modify the gain. And for these event objects, this is basically just an attribute that gets added to each object that defines whatever we want to change. And then it gets passed to Super Collider to play the sound. OK, so this is kind of the theory about what the sound function actually does and how it works. Now, I had a problem, because PHP, by default, is not really meant for real-time stuff. Like, it's a request-response programming language, right? We send a request to a server, we get a response back. But for this, I need like a real-time event. It needs to be time-aware. The solution that I chose for this is React PHP. If you haven't used React PHP yourself, I'm sure you have used it without knowing it then by using something like Laravel Reverb, for example, or Expose maybe. So all of this gets powered by React PHP. There are a couple of other frameworks out there that do solve a similar problem. I just went with React PHP because I really like it and used it already before. And React PHP basically gives you non-blocking input-output operations with the addition of adding timers to it, which will be very handy. So the way this works is we basically, every 20 milliseconds, we run a PHP function that then checks which sound does need to be played right now. So it basically queries the patterns and then sends this to Open Sound Control. So this is, of course, slowed down. This is not running every 20 milliseconds, but just so you get the idea of how this works internally. So you can kind of think of this as Horizon, but instead of sending jobs, we're sending beats. Now, these Open Sound Control messages kind of look like this. So we have this Open Sound Control client, and then we send these messages, which is basically just an array of parameters, to this dirt play Well, endpoint. You can kind of think of it as an endpoint that this program gives us. And we basically give it the same information that we have in this event object. So the sound we want to play, when we want to play it, and how long it's going to be played. In order to use this with React PHP, I'm going to use UDP, because it's just fire and forget. I send the message via UDP. It's super fast, and I don't need to wait for a response. And you can use the React PHP datagram package for that. So I'm just creating this new datagram factory. I'm creating a client, connect it to this Super Collider socket, and then send over these messages that contain the sound information. OK, so now we have this continuous running loop, and we check every 20 milliseconds which sounds need to be played. But this is not precise enough. Like, imagine sounds being played at the same time. If we only check every 20 milliseconds and then send the sounds, it still adds some network latency, even though UDP is fast. So this is not fast enough for what we need. So how can we solve this problem? Well, the solution I went with is we're using basically a look-ahead timer. So what we do is, instead of checking which messages need to be sent right now, we see which messages need to be sent in the future. Then we get all the messages that will need to be sent, and then query them over and send them to Super Collider. So we have still enough time to check for new messages coming in. This, unfortunately, introduced another problem. Like, say we have this pattern. So first we query the data, and we see we have a bass drum, a hi-hat, a snare, a hi-hat, and a bass drum. So 5 events. We send those 5 events to Super Collider. All good. 20 milliseconds later, this tick function runs again. And now we're here. We search again for the next messages. And 3 of those messages were already sent, right? We cannot send them multiple times. Then it's just going to sound horrible, trust me. And it's going to be weird. So instead, we basically have to ignore the events that we sent before and only send the new ones. We do this now by basically generating an ID for the event. So it's basically just an MD5 hash that gives us a unique enough ID of the sound that we want to play. So it's going to be the start time, the end time, and then the value, which is like a combination of the sound we want to play and different filters applied to it. Something that's unique enough for us to identify it. And then when we want to actually schedule the event, we generate this ID. We see if it's already scheduled. If it is, we just ignore it, nothing to do. If it's not, we mark it as scheduled. So we basically just put it in an array and then send the message over to Open Sound Control. Now, if we do this every 20 milliseconds with a lot of these sounds playing at the same time, we have an array that grows really fast. And my memory doesn't like that. So we have to clean up after ourselves. So I built this cleanup function. So basically, every event that is older than 2 seconds, we're just going to throw it away and not care about those. And then all of this is basically wrapped into a PHP artisan method. So in my terminal, I just run PHP artisan title :serve. And that's going to spin up React PHP. It's going to start the WebSocket server. It's going to connect to Super Collider. And then my browser can connect to PHP's WebSocket server itself. The way you can use React PHP with Laravel is super easy because we have this amazing container. So React PHP provides a loop interface with a loop get singleton method. So I'm just using that, binding the loop interface in the container. And then everywhere where we need to get access to this event loop, we can just pull it out of the container to, for example, start the scheduler and start the actual event loop. Now, for this 20 millisecond tick method that we do to basically see which messages do we need to play, we can use this @periodic_timer method on React PHP. You can basically think of that as set interval in JavaScript. So this is kind of the same thing. So we just tell it to run the tick method every 20 milliseconds. And then if we want to add additional timers to send specific messages at a specific point in time, we can just use the add timer method on this event loop with a given delay. OK, another fun part. So one cool thing was that I wanted to add some effects that I had to build in PHP. So in here, for example, let's say we have this bass drum. And then we have a bass note. So this is going to be the supersaw instrument. It plays the first note 16 times on a scale of G minor. And we're going to transform it by 25 steps going down. So this is basically just lowering the note itself. And then it sounds like that. But when the bass drum and the bass overlap and play at the same time, you cannot really hear what is playing. So one effect that I wanted to implement is called ducking in music. And that basically means that whatever plays at the same time gets cut out. So here we have the bass again. You can see that the color is doesn't really sound that good. So, oh, you can also see the gain. I'll show you in the next example. But what we can also do is we can change the duck attack. This is basically the time it takes for whatever we cut down in volume to go back to its original value. Like before, the bass note was playing loud, then it gets cut down, and then it starts playing very loud again. So here, we're going to slowly ramp it up. So if we play this, you get this nice popping sound, which is a bit cooler, I think. And here again, you can see the events coming in real time from PHP. And yeah, this is built in PHP because SuperCollider, the sound engine, does not provide this out of the box. So that was a fun problem to solve. OK, I have a couple minutes left to give you a bit of a demo. Now, a little disclaimer. I unfortunately did not write this song myself. So this song that I'm about to play is also from Switch Angel. So if you want to check this out in a more professional way, look at her stream. So we're going to start with this supersaw sound. And we're going to play some notes. So the first note, the fourth, and so on, 16 times on a scale of G minor. And then it sounds like this. No syntax errors, please. know how to end this properly without going completely silent abruptly, but I still think this is a cool demo. And I know this is live streamed, and Nintendo lawyers don't like this a lot, I think, but this, I still wanted to bring this to Japan. So this is a bit more complex. We have a lot of variables going on that basically just define notes, and then we just chunk them into this giant string. It's just an easier way to like group them. And I'm sure you've heard this before. It's from Koji Kondo. We can do this in PHP. So, with the drums and everything, you can isolate sounds if you want. Pretty cool. All right. Thank you. I think that was short enough so we don't get sued. We'll figure out. All right, takeaways. I guess you're not going to your office or going home and now you want to write songs in PHP. If you do, please let me know. I would love that. But to me, this basically shows two things. First of all, PHP can do real-time stuff. Like, we can play music in PHP, send it to a software running locally, stream it back to the browser. I think that's really cool. And what's even more important to me personally is just build weird stuff. I was not thinking about building this in PHP, but it's so much fun. And I think if you have any like hobbies where you think it might not even fit into PHP, who knows? Maybe it does. At some point, I also ported a board game to PHP because I'm also a huge board game nerd. So yeah, just do all of that, build some weird stuff, and explore with the language. Try to push the boundaries. At least that's where I have fun. Thank you very much. That's all that I have. And if you want to check out more of this, like if you thought that this is great, definitely check out these two streamers. They are both fantastic, Switch Angel and DJ Dave. They're doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcel. That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was so cool. I love playing with audio. I think at some point in every programmer's life, they go, I want to play with audio. And then they go play with audio for a while, and they learn about arrays of integers. OK, that was really cool. Speaking of sort of real-time systems, like what would it take, just brainstorm with me here, what do you think it would take to play the same audio to multiple clients at the same time in sync? Oh,
I think that would be pretty easy, actually, because in React PHP, right now, it's just one client that connects to my local host Super Collider engine, but it's just an UDP port that's open, so yeah. Oh, that would be cool for the next talk. Like I have everyone install it on their MacBooks and then play it on the audience.
Then we have to worry about like the different delays.
Right.
So like, would it have to do like TCP for the first one so that it can get ping in the response?
Maybe, yeah.
And then after that, it can do UDP?
Yeah, they have like a synchronization engine.
Yeah, right. At the beginning, it's like, OK, let me figure out my latency.
Yeah. Well, for my next talk, I guess.
All right. Well, cool. Well, yeah. Now you have an idea.
Yeah.
It's cool. I love sort of that we've kind of gotten to this point where like we have code generating all sorts of things, like generating music. I know that there's a framework, I forget what it's called, that's a React video generation framework.
Oh, yeah. Remotion, I think.
Remotion, yeah. So I love this kind of thing. Have you ever thought about like, live, like doing things live from PHP, like live performance or something? Like
this kind of stuff?
Yeah, like could you live perform through PHP, do you think?
Well, I might, if I would be more talented.
Sure,
and creative, yes.
So like the look-ahead window, you'd have to have like some amount of, of delay so that you would have enough space for like a look-ahead.
Right, yeah. But if you look at these streamers, that's what it's so insane. Like they are playing in clubs with a beamer,
Yeah.
They just attach their MacBook and they code JavaScript
cool.
to play music in a
That's
club.
cool.
And
Let's go to
yeah.
we'll go to Roppongi tonight, and we'll plug you in, and you can
All right, cool.
play.
All right.
Cool. What how do you like pick what to work on? You're always working on crazy stuff. Like, I don't know. Whenever I talk to you, it's like, oh yeah, I'm working on this thing.
I feel like this is kind of my side project stuff. So
Yeah.
I just try to find interesting ways to push the boundaries and find new ways for me that are just interesting for me. Like
Yeah.
I'm super into music. I play multiple instruments. So I was just naturally drawn to explore this.
Yeah.
So.
Also naturally German. So
Yeah, right.
the Germans love Das Funky Beats.
That's true.
Cool. Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, I guess, when did you get to Japan? How long have you been here?
I arrived Saturday evening, so I don't even know what day, Tuesday it is,
Okay,
right? Yeah,
cool.
so a couple days now.
So did you get to do any like fun touristy stuff, or are you staying afterwards?
I'm just staying until Friday morning, so I'm trying to speed run things.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah.
Well, here's the tip for Tokyo for any of the tourists who are here. No matter how long you're in Tokyo, you will not be able to do everything you want to do. So just don't try to do everything you want to do. Just do a couple of things. You can come back again another time.
I certainly will, yeah.
Okay,
Love
cool.
it here.
All right. Well, thank you, Marcel. I'm going to let you on out of here.
Thank you.
All right. So our next speaker is the CEO of Sonic Garden, which is an agency, a dev shop in the Rails world. They have a lot of interesting thoughts on sort of how we can best mentor junior developers kind of in the age of AI. So please help me welcome Kuranuki Yoshihito-san.
ちょっとずっと英語で皆さん疲れたと思うので、今日は僕は日本語で話したいなと思います。日本の方も登壇されていて、皆さん英語なんで、ちょっと僕も英語で行こうかなと思ったんですけど、さすがに付け焼き場すぎるのでやめようと。日本の方の方が多いですよね。なのでちょっと日本語で行きつつ、スライドは英語なので、海外の方もこちらで見ていただけたらなというふうに思います。じゃあスライドを出していただいていいですか。はい。これが効くのかな。クリッカーが効かないですね。だいたいトラブルがありますね。クリッカーはそこで効く？そうですね。ここ出てないですね。こっちが出てて、これが出てない。これがそこに出したいですね。はい。出てない。そうです。これは画面は合ってると思いますが、武田さんみたいになんか喋ろうかと思うんですけど、ちょっと難しいですね。設定をしていただく間に、そうですね。今日僕がここに立たせてもらっているのは、この後自己紹介でも話そうかなと思ったんですけど、さっき紹介いただいた通り、僕はソニックガーデンという会社を経営している人間なんですね。で、ソニックガーデンという会社は日本の方だともしかしたらご存知かもしれないですけど、Ruby on Rails をもう15年ずっとやってきている会社ですね。で、社員も Ruby on Rails のスペシャリストばかりいる。で、なぜここで話すのかということは、僕はもう一個会社を経営してまして、北欧暮らしの道具店というECサイトを運営しているクラシコムという会社があるんですね。で、ちょうどこの駅の隣の国立っていうところに本社があるんですけど、そのクラシコムっていう会社が基幹システムをララベルで作っているんです。クラシコムは上場企業なんですね。上場企業の100億ぐらいの売り上げを 最初一人のエンジニアがララベルで作ったものをずっとメンテナンスして、今までやってきている。で10年ほど前ですね、実はそのクラシコムという会社で、このララベルライブジャパンの主催者の浜崎さんと僕は一緒に働いてたんですよね。なので彼とは同僚なんです。でなんだったら10年前なので彼がまだちょっとジュニアなのかなみたいな時に一緒に働いていて、だけど彼のララベル愛はすごくてですね、その最初に作ったエンジニアがいなくなった後、ほぼ彼一人みたいな状態でずっとララベルのメンテナンスを彼が一生懸命やってくれた。それがあって今クラシコムという会社が上場までできて大きなシステムを持てるようになったというところがあって、10年ほどかけて浜崎さんが日本に帰ってきてくれて、なんとララベルのスタッフになってメンバーになって、でイベント立ち上げる、話してもらえませんかっていうので、僕のオフィスまで来てくれって話したんですよね。一回断ろうと思ったんですよ。さすがにね、今日この後僕話しますけど、1行もコード出てこないです。多分2日間通じて1行もコードが出てこないプレゼンは多分僕だけじゃないかなと思うんですね。なぜなら僕今経営者なんでコード書く仕事してないんです。でなおかつ話すにしてもせめてレイルズだろうと思ってたので、どうしたものかなというのがあったんですけど、さっきのねクラシコムで一緒に働いていた浜崎さんが立派になって凱旋して、そして日本で大きなイベントをするということで、何か僕でねお力添えできることがあればというつもりで、今日登壇させていただいたということになります。はい、出来上がった。はい、合ってます。で、あっちがこっちに出ればいいですね。はい、フォースクリーンしないといけない。フォースクリーンとは何か。OK。あれはどこですか？これか？これのこの辺だと思うんだけど、見えます？ちょっと僕目が悪くて見えないんだけど。これで？行きました。はい、ありがとうございます。すごい準備できたみたいです。出ましたね。はい、では改めまして、今日は AI 時代の仕事擬芸論というテーマでお話をさせていただきたいと思います。ソフトウェア開発で職人的熟達の進めということで、マスタリーしていこうということですね。マスタリーしていくことが AI 時代に欠かせないのではないかということをお話ししようと思ってます。進まないよね。近づくと進みます。はい。自己紹介はさっきお話した通り、ソニックガーデンという会社を経営している立場で、クラシコムっていう会社では取締役 CTO として関わらせてもらっている。なので2つの会社の経営に関わってますが、レイルズの会社と、ララベルの会社両方を見ていると。で僕はどういう立場なのかということなんですけど、もともとはエンジニアでして、35歳ぐらいまではずっとプログラムを書いて、それが面白いなと。10歳ぐらいからプログラムを始めているので、もう40年ぐらいプログラマーとしてやってきている人間ですね。でなので僕のスタンスは心はプログラマー、仕事は経営者っていうことで言ってるので、今日もねそのプログラマーの気持ちでお話をしたいなというふうに思ってます。はい、で今日のテーマですけれども、さっき浜崎さんと僕の意外な共通点をお話ししたんですけど、ララベルとレイルズも、共通点当然ありますよね。同じルーツというか、開発者の喜びを大事にしようみたいなところもあるし、今年 DHH がデンマークララベルライブデンマークで、テイラーさんと登壇するっていう話もあるらしいと。すごい符合してるなという気持ちがあるんですね。でそんな DHH が最近 YouTube で、AI 時代どうやってプログラマー生きていくのかっていうことをテーマに話をしてたんですね。でそれが語ってるのがすごくいい動画だったんで、ぜひ皆さん見ていただくといいんですけど、僕もすごく共感したので DHH にすぐ連絡して日本語に翻訳して公開していいかっていうことで聞いて、いいよって言ってくれたので、僕のブログをまたこれも検索してくれたら出てくると思いますが、僕のブログにその DHH のメッセージが、翻訳されているのでぜひ見ていただくといいんですが、これがその DHH が言ってた言葉ですね。 アーツ&クラフト・オブ・ワークで、僕は仕事を技芸とする文化を広めるっていうことを、ここ数年ずっと言ってきていた。で DHG も同じようなことを言ってたんですよね。でこの仕事技芸論でこれが今日のテーマになるよということですね。なんかいろんなものがつながって今ここに来てるのかなという不思議な感覚を得ています。で、さてじゃあ日本にね海外から来られた方日本食を食べられてると思うんですけど、そばってねまだ食べられてないですかね。日本に来てこの会場でそば食べたことある人そんな少ないの？日本人もあげてね日本人も全員あげましょうか。そば食べたことある人ありますよね。手打ちそば食べたことある人まあいますよね。はい。手打ちそばって言葉はいつできたのか。昔はそばはそばだったんですよ。これが機械が出てきて手で打つことが貴重になったんで手打ちそばっていう言葉ができたんですよね。はてと最近僕も経営者ですけどコーディングエージェントでソフトウェア作るんですね。一切コード書かないなと、これもしかして貴重になってくるのでは、手打ちコーディングってことですね。貴重な手打ちコーディングをするってことになるんですけど、手打ちそばはねやっぱり機械より美味しいんですけど、手打ちコーディングはAI の方がやっぱりいいですね。手打ちコーディングは滅びてしまうんじゃないかなというふうに思ってます。じゃあそうした時にコードを書くのは AI がする、設計も AI がする、テストも AI がする。じゃあ自分の役割何になるのか、ソフトウェア開発ってこれからどうなるのか、自分のキャリアどうなっちゃうのかっていうのはおそらく僕たちも含めて皆さん心配されているところかなというふうに思うんですね。で僕らはソニックガーデンという会社はそこにどう向き合ってきたのか、これからどう向き合おうとしているのかっていうのが一つ考えていることがこの遊ぶように働くというキーワードなんですね。じゃあ遊ぶように働くってどういうことなのか。もう非常にシンプルで一生懸命真面目にプログラミングソフトウェア開発に向き合っている。もう一生懸命頑張っている。本人は至って真面目に向き合っている。だけど周りの人が見るとなんかとても楽しそうだな、夢中でやってるなみたいな、これが遊ぶように働くという考え方ですね。で僕らはこの遊ぶように働くっていう働き方をすごく大事にしてきた。そのために組織として何をやってきたのかっていうと2つあるんですね。1つが内発的動機づけ、つまり外から評価とか報酬とかボーナスとかなんか怒られるからなんか仕事だからやるんじゃなくて、いいソフトウェア作りたい、いいコード書きたい、いい設計したい、いいものを作れたらどうやりたいみたいな自分自身の気持ちで作っていく。でもう一つがフローですね。チクセント・ミハイっていう人が、提唱している難しい難易度と自分のスキルがちょうど合うところにいると夢中になれる、ゲームしてたりすると思うと思うんですが、なんかちょうど難しい難易度の仕事を遊びをしていると面白い、これが仕事でも通用するんじゃないかということで、この内発的動機づけとフロー、これを大事にするといいんじゃないか。僕らはそれを大事にしてきたら意外とビジネスとしてもしっかり成果を出すことができているというのがあります。そんなソニックガーデンですけど、創業15年、この6月7月で16年目に入りますね。で約60名の会社です。でほとんどが全員プログラマーの人たちで、腕のあるプログラマーたちですね。でどんな仕事をしているのか、いわゆる派遣社員ではなくてお客様の CTO のような形で参画する。で CTO のような仕事なので、僕自身も CTO してますけど、事業戦略、経営戦略をしながらシステムの設計をしてコーディングをするときもあれば、運用もするし、全てやるってことですね。一気通貫でお仕事をする。で、かつ弁護士とかコンサルタントのように複数のクライアントを持つと、そういうプログラマーたちが集まっている。僕らはアジャイルのエクストリームプログラミングが好きなので、エクストリームアジャイルな組織を目指してやっているという感じでやってます。そんなソニックガーデン、じゃあ内発的動機づけ、フロー、どうやって実現するのか、いろんなものなくしました。売上目標ないんです。管理職もないんです。評価制度もない。指示命令もなければ、経費の決算もなければ、オフィスもなければ、働く時間も決まっていない。なんかゲゲゲの鬼太郎みたいな、日本人しかわからないです。何もないみたいなところですね。だけど会社がうまくいっている。一人一人が自分で考えて、自分で判断して、自分で進めている。僕らがその代わり 大事にしているものはセルフマネジメントっていうものですね。セルフマネジメントって何なのかと。なぜセルフマネジメントなのかというと、ソフトウェア開発、このほとんどの人たちがソフトウェア開発をしていると思いますけど、指示命令されますか、ね、一行一行コード書けって言われないですね。一行一行指示されるような上司がいるとしたら、その上司が作ればいいじゃないかって話ですね。プログラマー、ソフトウェア開発者は指示を受ける側ではなくて、AI を使うなら指示をする側ですね。つまり細かい指示命令しない方が生産性高いんです。ね、いろいろとやかく言われるより自分で作った方が生産性高いですよね。なのでその外発的な外側からの指示とか管理とか評価とかなるべくなくしてしまった方が生産性が高くなるんじゃないかっていう、僕自身がそういう人間なのでそうしようというふうにしてきたんですね。でそうすると会社潰れるかなと思ったんですけど、意外とずっと、会社が大きく成長してくれたという感じになっています。もちろんセルフマネジメントっていうと自己管理、自分だけできたらいいってことではなくて、当然周りの人たちとうまく協調していくとか、お客様クライアントとうまくやっていくっていうところまで含めてセルフマネジメントですね。そういう人たちが集まると何ができるのかっていうと、フラットなコミュニティが出来上がるということでやっています。で、セルフマネジメントの人たちはね、特に指示がなくても、自分でこう前向きに取り組んだりだとか、仕事を作品作りだと思っている節はありますね。お客さんのシステムを作るんですけど、それは自分が作った作品だと捉えている。特に、その作品作りを通じて喜びを感じているし、その上達をしていく、少しずつ上達していくことに、喜びを感じていくっていうのが、これがそのセルフマネジメントできるプログラマー、ソフトウェア開発者の、姿かなというふうに思っています。ピーター・センゲさんっていう人が自己マスタリーって言葉を言ってますけれども、その自分で自らを上達させていくっていう状態になると、楽しくてしょうがないってことですね。で、そんなセルフマネジメントで組織を作って創業から10年ぐらいやってきたんですけど、10年ぐらいすると僕らの会社は全然人が辞めないので、だんだん年を取るベテランの社員たちが増えていく。それでもいいかなと思ったんですけど、そのままいくとただこう年を取った集団になってしまうのは、会社を経営している立場としたらちょっと嫌だなと、こう新陳代謝を起こしていきたいなと思った時に、5年ほど前から若い社員を採用するようにしたんですね。若い、学生から新卒で入るようなジュニアなプログラマーの育成に本格的に取り組み始めました。これ今この時代 AI の時代になって若いプログラマーを採用する会社がどんどん減っている中で、なんと僕ら今年高卒の社員を採用したんですね。18、19ぐらいの人たちが働いてるんですけど、さすがにちょっとびっくりしますね、会社に18、19の人がいる。で、そんな若い人たちをね、やっぱり僕らはしっかりとお金をかけて投資をしていくっていうことを、やっていこうというふうにやってます。ただ18歳、19歳、20代、なんだったらソフトウェア開発、そんなに経験が浅い人たちがセルフマネジメントでフラットな環境で活躍できるのかっていうと、そんなに甘いもんではないですね。ソフトウェア開発ってすごく難しいもんだと思っています。じゃあどうやって育ったらいいのか。これは僕らだけじゃなくて世の中多くの会社が悩んでいるところなのかなと思うんですけど、僕らが取り組んできた、正解というよりは僕らはどうしてきたのかっていうと、徒弟制度やりました。アプレンティスシップですね。徒弟制度。僕らの場合は師匠のことを親方と呼んでます。で、親方と弟子っていう関係でやろうと。で、弟子に入ると、親方が全国リモートワークをしているので、親方がいる場所に弟子は入門すると最初親方のところに引っ越します。リモートワークどうしたんだと。いやいや、弟子のうちはリモートワークやめようと。親方のところに引っ越しましょう。今岡山、広島、兵庫、愛知4カ所あるんですけど、親方にねわざわざ出社させるって、いやいやそれはもうダメですよ。だって親方今まで在宅勤務してたんだから。じゃあ親方ん家の近くにオフィスを借りようということで、親方ん家の近くにオフィスをね借りてるんです。で、じゃあ若い人たちはそこに引っ越して、広島とかはもうそこにマンションみたいなところなので、オフィスと部屋がくっついてるのでほぼ住み込みみたいな形で 一緒に働いてる。でそうすると親方と弟子で、一緒にソフトウェア開発をしていく、ずっとペアプログラミングしているようなもんですね。でそうするとだんだんと仕事の仕方を覚えていくんです。でこれ非常にアナログで全時代的に見えるかもしれないですけど、よくよく考えてもらうとソフトウェア開発って本当はそういうもんじゃないですか。みんな一人っきりで自分だけでプログラミングできるようになったわけじゃない。僕自身も師匠がいたなというふうに思い返します。で師匠に自分で考えたものを結果だけ見せていけてるいけてないではなくて、やってる途中見せてやり方が違うよ、こういうふうにやったらいいよって見せてもらって、あ、なるほどこういうふうにやるんだなっていうことをやっぱり途中途中を見ていくし、途中途中を見てもらわないといけない。そうするときにリモートワークじゃやっぱり無理だなということで、このいいソフトウェア、いい設計、いいコードっていうのを見極める力はですね、一緒に働くことでしか身につかないんじゃないかということで、僕らは徒弟制度という形で一緒に働くことをやっています。でこれ実際5年ぐらいやってるので、5年前に入ってくれた弟子たちはもう結構ね、戦力として活躍するようになってくれてますね。で、ここまでお話しした仕事を、ベテランの人たちで言えば自分の作品として思って仕事をする、自己マスタリーで上達をしていく、そして徒弟制度で伝えていく。これって一言で表すなら何なのかっていうと、技芸だと、アーツ&クラフトだというふうに僕らは考えているんですね。なので実は仕事っていうものを単に労働だ、時間だから働こう、お給料のためにいやいや働こう、なんかしょうがない、生活のためには働くしかないね、そんなのでこれからの AI 時代で、仕事が奪われていくみたいな中で、つまらないものがさらにつまらなくなるんですよね。そうじゃないよと。仕事を技芸と捉えることでより楽しく、より自分のものとして、より自分の人生を豊かにするものとして考えることができるんじゃないか。このアーツ&クラフトっていう言葉は DHH も使っててびっくりしたんですけど、僕は昔から19世紀のウィリアム・モリスっていう人が好きで、この、タペストリーを書いた人ですね。このウィリアム・モリスのアーツ&クラフト運動、そこからオマージュされて僕も使っているんですね。でこの技術、エンジニアリング、技術は再現性を究極に高めていく。一方で芸術、アート、再現性がなくクリエイティブにやっていく。この間両方あって、かつ結果だけじゃなくて過程を大事にしていこうっていうのが仕事技芸に通じるという話になると。でこれはソニックガーデンではこうしてるんですけど、おそらく皆さんの中にも技芸として大事にしていく心はあるんじゃないかなというふうに思ってますし、多くのソフトウェア開発者、プログラマーがこの技芸とする働き方ができると、幸せなプログラマーもっと増えるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。改めて、じゃあ過程を大事にする手打ちコーディングか、いやいやそんなことはないです。コーディングエージェントをいっぱい使ったらいいと思います。技術と芸術の間なので、エンジニアリングはどんどんやっていけばいい、効率化はどんどんしていけばいい。一方で、ソフトウェア開発ってただコード書くことだけだったのかってことなんですね。僕らがやってた仕事はコードを書くことが仕事だったのかっていうと、そうじゃなかったはずです。ソフトウェア開発とはまず何を作るのかを決めなきゃいけない。お客様だったりユーザーだったり、自分のアイデアだったりを使って何を作るのかを決める。そしてどう作るのかを設計する。どうすれば最適化できるのか、どうすれば長く使われるようになるのか、どうすれば保守性が高くなるのかっていう設計をする。そして作ったものを運用していく。運用しながら改善をしていく、育てていく。ここまでやって初めてソフトウェア開発でしたね。分業でいくと技芸じゃないです。分業でいくと効率だけ求められるし、コード書いてた人はいなくなるって言いますが、ソフトウェア開発全部やればいいんですよね。ソフトウェア開発は全部やるときに AI は味方になります。 AI があるとより生産性が高まるし、より喜びの時間が増えるということですね。 AI に向き合い方、コードを書くのは AI がやってしまう。自分の仕事どうなるんだろうか。じゃあ今度は AI に奪われない仕事を探そうっていうのも、これも残念ながらもうないです。 AI に奪われない仕事なんかもうない。すべて AI ができる。 そうじゃないんですね。取り組むのは AI と一緒にやっていく方がいいんじゃないか。これ僕らの会社でよく使う問題 VS 私たちっていう言葉があるんですね。あなた VS 私ではなくて問題 VS 私たち、そして AI だと。これからは問題 VS AI と私たちで問題に向き合っていく、課題に向き合っていく、事業に向き合っていく、社会問題に向き合っていくっていうことが、それがソフトウェア開発者に求められる AI との姿勢ではないかなというふうに思っています。これ似たようなことはね、10年以上エンジニアしてる人ならかつてありましたね。クラウドが出てきてインフラの仕事どうなるんだ、インフラアザーコードによってプログラマーがインフラまで見るようにできるようになった。これ良かったな、良かったですよね。AWS によってプログラマーの人が自分でインフラも用意できるようになった。これは同じことが AI にも起きるんじゃないかと。つまり AI で効率化されてもソフトウェア開発という仕事はなくなることはないんです。その代わり一人でできる仕事の幅が広がる、昔はタイプ打つだけの人がいたかもしれない、パンチカード打つだけの人がいましたが、今そんな人いないのと同じで、仕事できる幅が広がるし、少ない人数で大きなシステム、大きなソフトウェアが作れるようになる。これいいことですね。そうすると、よりソフトウェア、より良いソフトウェアが増えていくし、ソフトウェア作れるプログラマーが生き残るんだなと。なので、ちょっと今日僕はずっとプログラマーって言ってきたんですね。エンジニアではなくて、プログラマーと僕はあえて言いたい。なぜならば、依然としてソースコード重要だからですね。DHH も新美眼こそが真実であると言ってます。で、最終的にソフトウェアを動かすのは何なのかと言ったときに、ソースコードなんです。GitHub で日本語保存しないですね。文脈として残すことはあっても、じゃあコンピューターを動かすのはソースコードなんですよね。だからソースコードを大事にしていかなきゃいけない。だからといって手で打つ必要はないよということだと思っています。そうするとプログラマーはどうなるのか、審美眼を持ったプログラマーはこれからどうなるのか。 AI によってプログラマーの裾野はすごく広がるでしょう。誰でもプログラムを作れる時代が来る。一方でプロフェッショナルのプログラマーの敷居はおそらく高くなる。そうなると、ちょっと前だと儲かるからプログラマー、流行ってるからプログラマー、柔軟に働けるからプログラマー、リモートワークならプログラマー、そんなことで、そんな動機でプログラマーを選ぶ人は減っていくかもしれない。これ良かったなと逆に僕は思ってます。いいじゃない。そんな付随する理由でプログラマーを選ぶんじゃなくて、ここにいる皆さん、そして僕はプログラミング好きだからプログラマーを選んでるんですね。これからの社会っていうのはこの動機がより尊重される社会になっていくんじゃないかというふうに思っています。メイクグレートソフトウェアということで、僕らソニックガーデンの理念、いいソフトウェアを作ると言ってます。これは時代が変わろうが道具が変わろうが、いろんなことが起きていく。おそらく社会は変わっていく、不安になっていく。だけど僕らはいいソフトウェアを一生懸命作りましょう。それだけが大事なことなのかなというふうに考えております。ということで、私の話は以上となります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。That was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
ちょっと英語で質問大丈夫ですか？
ダメです。
でも
ここに出るから大丈夫かも。
やってみようか。Okay. This is just a sort of a difficult topic for me to speak about in Japanese. It's a little bit philosophical. だから it's complicated ideas. So when you have sort of master and apprentice teams, and they're also working with AI, when the apprentice has a question, it might be easy for them to ask AI. When do they know that it's time for them to go speak to the master instead of speaking to AI about a question?
そうですね。AI はいつでも逆に言うと弟子も師匠もずっと AI と質問しながらやっていくので、師匠に聞く AI に聞くって分けてないですね。でどちらかというと AI は一緒に作るものだけど、出来上がったものがいいものかどうかは師匠が見てもらう。っていう感じになってます。
ありがとうございます。OK、じゃあ、ありがとうございます。Next up is lightning talks. So, thank you. OK。 So next up, we have a round of lightning talks. So I'm going to quickly invite all of our lightning talk speakers to the stage, right? Is that right? So everyone's going to come on down. They are all...
Let me give it all to you. Give it all to you, yeah.
All right. Welcome, Lightning Talk speakers. So I'm going to have all of our Lightning Talk speakers introduce themselves, and then I will introduce the gong. Leah, you want to start?
Yeah. What?
Just
Our
introduce
name?
yourself and what you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Leah Thompson. I'm a DevRel engineer at Laravel, the company, and I'll be talking about the browser is trying to tell you something today.
Yep.
Hello, I'm Soichiro Kato. Sorry, I'm really getting nervous. I'm a web programmer, and I'm going to talk about the Effortless API documentation with Scribe.
Okay. My turn. Hello, everyone. I'm Chen. I'm a software architect from Taiwan. And my topic is about to offload your queue jobs from Laravel to Hypervel to supercharge it. So yeah, stay tuned.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sohei from company name Gree. I talk about kind of tracing, and I prepared literally 46 slides, so see what's going on.
Hi, everybody. My name is Colin DeCarlo, and I work with Vehicle. My lightning talk today is going to be talking about how bottlenecks have shifted in software development.
Awesome. Great. So wanted to get everyone's intros out of the way quick so that they can use as much of their time as they need to talk about their top topics. These are going to be quick talks, and so each speaker has 5 minutes, and at the end of 5 minutes...
Yeah.
I'll be ringing the gong to let them know that they have to get off stage, so they have to talk quickly. These are lightning talks, after all. So I'm going to get off stage, and everyone except for Leah is going to get off stage, and Leah, take it away.
Do I see the timer?
So
I do not see it here.
We'll work on that.
Okay.
Take it away.
I need the timer. How am I going to stick to 5 minutes? Okay, 20 minutes. Okay. Hi, everyone. Konnichiwa. I'm very excited to be here at the very first Laravel Live Japan with you all. And let's go ahead and jump into my talk. So I have another intro. Hi, my name is Leah Thompson. I'm a DevRel engineer at Laravel. Before getting to tech, I worked as a high school geometry teacher. And in my free time, I like to go be in the mountains and go hiking. But let's jump into the topic for today, which today I'll be talking about the browser is trying to tell you something. And you might be thinking, what does that mean? So basically, within the last 5 years, the browser has evolved a lot. We have new browser APIs as well as new native HTML elements. And if you're listening to the browser and using these new native solutions, you're able to reduce the amount of external dependencies you're bringing into your projects, as well as the amount of custom JavaScript that you are writing. So since we only have 5 minutes, I'm going to rapid fire go over some of these new native solutions and browser APIs. So buckle up, let's get into it by looking at this demo. So the first one we have here is a dialog. So this is if you want to create a dialog box that would pop up on the page. Now we have a native dialog HTML element here. And notice that for our button that we want to kind of create or to open that dialog element here, in the button, we have our onClick function. We have document.getElementById, so this is just our normal JavaScript to select that specific element. But change onto that here, we have show modal. And this is what's going to open up that dialog box as a modal, and this is just using the browser API built on top of this native dialog HTML element. And if you look at our two buttons here within our dialog box, again, we have the JavaScript selecting that specific element, but chained onto that here we have close, and this is what is going to handle closing that specific dialog box when we click one of the buttons. So if we want to see this in play, let's click the delete update button here. Notice that we have our dialog box that popped up as a modal, so it's showing above all of the other elements on the page. And if I click one of the buttons here, like cancel, now it closes that dialog box and the modal, and all of that was handled natively just using the browser API and this dialog HTML element. So the next one is popover, and this is what we would use if we want a popover menu. And here, this whole div here is for our popover menu, so this is what we want to show for the menu. Notice that we have the popover HTML attribute here, so you can either just have popover or popover equals auto, and this is what's going to bring in that popover browser API. And then we have ID equals actions dash menu. So this is where we're declaring a name for this popover menu. And then for the button up here that we want to trigger or open that popover menu, we are using popover target equals the ID name. So we're telling it what to open up when we open this button. And then for everything within that popover menu, we again have popover target equals ID name. And then we have popover target action equals hide. And this is saying when we click one of the items within the popover menu, we want to close it. We want to hide it. So if we want to see this in play now, we can go back to the list. I can hit actions. This opens our popover menu. And now if I select one of these cards, it opens it and it closes our popover menu. So again, all of that was handled natively just using the browser popover API. And the last one we have here is probably the most exciting, and it is view transitions, which is what you can use if you want to do page animations or page transitions for single-page applications without bringing in an animation library, as well as just any cool card animations for your website as well. And if you're using Inertia.js, then it's as easy as just putting view transition on your link component. And then notice we have style view transition name equals an ID name here. And then you have access to CSS pseudo selectors for view transition old to have control over how the element looked before the transition, and then view transition new to have control over how it looks after animation plays out, as well as you can target by specific ID names, so you have more robust control of what happens there. And if you want to look at that, notice that when we go back to the list, the item shrinks and rebounds, and if we open up one of these elements, it expands and has a rebound effect as well. And all of that is handled just using view transitions, and no animation library was brought in for that. And yeah, that's all the time I have for today. Thank you all. If you want to talk more about it, just come find me. Thank you. And I did not go over.
Great job. Thank you very much. Okay, and then go on, head to the side, and next is Kato-san, right? Oh, Sokka. Yeah, right. I forgot. I need to fill time. We're doing one more vocab word for today. So earlier, I taught you guys "goshitosama deshita," right? Which is what you say after a meal. But I didn't tell you what to say before the meal. So when you get to your meal and you sit down and you're about to eat, there's a word that you have to say in Japanese, and if you don't say it, you're very rude, and you're a rude gaijin. So you have to try it. It's itadakimasu. Try it, everyone. Itadakimasu. And then you eat, and it's amazing. And you say, oh, umai. Umai means a lot of things, but generally it means good, right? In all sorts of ways. It can mean umai like you're good at something, like you do something well. It can also mean that food is really good. And so often when someone really likes food in Japan, they'll say, oh, umai. So you say, itadakimasu. Then you eat. Then you love it and you say, oh, umai. Umai. Okay, and then after you finished, you say, gochitosama deshita. All right, good job, everyone. So what have we learned today? We learned ohayou gozaimasu in the morning, which was good morning. We learned sugoi, which is like amazing, or really cool, or incredible. We learned itadakimasu, we learned umai, we learned gochitosama deshita. So I think we might have one or two more for today, but we're learning Japanese very quickly today. All right, I think we are all good for our next lightning talk. Am I right? Okay, our next lightning talk is Kato-san, right? Sorry? Here, come on. どうぞ. Thank you.
Just a moment, please. I'm ready. And can I start? Okay. Well, hello. Today I'd like to talk about Effortless API documentation with Scribe. Before my talk, please let me introduce myself. I'm Soichiro Kato from Osaka, Japan. My name is a little hard to pronounce, so please call me So, because you already saw my nickname in this slide. Thank you. And I'm a member of Ariop, a gold sponsor. We also have a booth here. Okay, I want to ask you a few questions. Have you built any web API with Laravel? And if so, do your web APIs have documentation? Yes? Great. Okay, then is the documentation really kept up to date? It's hard to, because every API change needs documentation change. So writing API by hands, hard to describe. So let's describe your API instead. With Scribe, you can generate API documentation effortlessly. And when APIs change, it helps keep your code and documentation in sync. Scribe is a library for generating API documentation. It creates human-friendly and interactive web UI documentation. It's also machine-friendly because it can generate an open API spec and postman correction. Scribe also has Laravel-specific features, so you can generate docs with less additional code. Installing Scribe is simple. Install the package with Composer, then publish configuration file. You can use it with PHP 8.1 or higher and Laravel 9 or higher. Now, I'll show you the simplest usage. Define API roots in root/api.php and learn Artisan Scribe generate command and open/docs. And Scribe generates the docs and try it out button calls the actual API. So we can generate endpoint information without additional code. But how can we add request and response information? For request body information, add Laravel's validation feature. If you already use it, no extra code is required. Run Scribe generate command again, and Scribe extracts the request fields from the rules. Then, how about responses? Scribe can add example responses from your Laravel application. To enable this feature, update the Scribe configuration. In with settings method, the only argument choose which endpoint Scribe should call. Here, I add post asterisk to include post endpoints too. And if you remove only, Scribe call all endpoints. Then run Scribe generate again. By the way, did you notice that we barely changed the application code? We mainly used existing Laravel features and Scribe configuration. That's why Scribe makes API documentation almost effortless. I showed you the simple usage, but Scribe also offers powerful features. You can use attributes to add details only when needed, like endpoints, UI params, and response from API resources. And here are the generated results. You can see the extra details. Okay, let me summarize this talk. First, I explained what Scribe is, and then I showed an effortless way to generate documentation. Finally, I introduced some powerful features. Then, are you interested in Scribe? Then don't just describe your API, scribe it. That's all. Thank you.
Oh. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Thank you. よくできました。よくできました。あれ? Oh, I am on. Okay, cool. Thank you, minasan. The gong just keeps gonging. So we have a couple more lightning talks coming up, but we just need to switch computers over. So I am wondering, how many people here actually like flew on an airplane to Japan to be here? Well, that's so many. That's crazy. Okay, wow. A lot of money was spent on airplane tickets to be here. So I'm super oh, me too. I also flew on an airplane. But I'm super grateful that all of you guys are here. It's great. How many of those were the first time being in Japan? That's a lot. Okay, wow. That's like so many. Wow. I'm so glad that you guys are here, and I'm so glad that you guys are getting to experience Japan. You know, Japan is such a great country. This is the country that, you know, that I grew up in and where I sort of became the person that I am, right? But, you know, I grew up with American parents, but I grew up in a Japanese culture, so obviously I had sort of a mixture of cultures when I grew up. So there's probably like, many of my friends when I was in high school were like half Japanese, or went to international schools but were Japanese, or went to Japanese schools but they were American. And so we all sort of spoke this kind of half Japanese, half English to each other all the time. There's probably like 10,000 people in the world who speak this language, right? Which is this kind of like half Japanese English language. And we just spoke it all the time. So in the middle of sentences, we would just be speaking English and drop a Japanese word. And in the middle of Japanese sentences, we would just drop an English word. And it was pretty interesting. But one of the words that I love in Japanese that I don't think we have like a great version of in English that we used to say all the time, even in English sentences, is yabai. So I want you guys to learn yabai. This is a little bit more of a slang word. This isn't something you would say in always a professional context. It's not a curse word, but it's more of like a slang word, and it can mean sort of bad, or it can mean great, or it can mean crazy, or it can mean all sorts of things depending on the context you use it in. It's sort of like in English the way we would use the word sick. Like, oh, that's sick, or that's sick, or whatever. Sick is like a very versatile word that it technically is bad, but can sometimes be good. So it can mean cool, it can mean crazy, it can mean anything. So yabai is probably the most versatile and interesting word in the Japanese language. So dozo. Please try it. How are things over here? Okay, seems like we're still stuck. Okay, so what else should we learn? Tim, you went on a little journey since getting here. Where were you? I went to Atami. Kyoto. Tokyo. Kanazawa. Okay. And then back to Tokyo. Wow. So, and how many days? Like 10 days. Okay, wow. So you can see a lot of Japan in 10 days. I don't know if you can do all of that. That's quite an aggressive schedule. But you can see a lot of Japan. Japan is like a relatively compact country, and there is Shinkansen monorail that can get you a lot of places. So I suggest exploring other places. Okay, we're ready for our next lightning talk. Please come on down.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Albert. I'm so excited to be here today. I'm going to share how to scale Laravel queues for heavy I/O workloads using Hypervel. So here's a little about myself. I'm a software architect from Taiwan and Laravel and Suite enthusiast. I'm also the creator of Hypervel framework. So the core problem of traditional PHP is blocking I/O. Every I/O operation needs to wait by sequence, unlike coroutines. Same cost, fraction of the time. In Laravel, our common solution is using the queue, sending emails or notifications. Those jobs only need a few workers to keep up easily. Then AI hit. Each LLM code takes from 3 seconds to 30 seconds, or even a few minutes, depends on your AI models. In this case, even at low traffic, the queue outpaces the workers. Here's the simple math. If we want to keep 100 jobs per second, half-second jobs need 50 workers. 10-second job need 1,000. 60 seconds means 6,000. In this case, scaling workers doesn't make economic sense. Hypervel, it's a coroutine native framework on Suite. If you write Laravel, you write Hypervel, almost the same API surface. The current version for Hypervel is 0.3, which is based on Hyperv, over 90% similar to Laravel APIs. It basically covers all core components from Laravel, including Horizon, Scout, Sanctum, and Telescope. And we're now working on 0.4 alpha, which will be fully ported from Laravel, which means near one-on-one parity, with the support for inertia, reverb, and more. So Hypervel's queue and cache use the same wire format as Laravel, same Redis, Laravel dispatches, Hypervel consumes. But please keep in mind that Laravel was not built for coroutines, so you can't use Laravel packages directly. Inside Hypervel framework, use Hypervel's ports instead. But native PHP I/O functions and Gazelle can be hooked to coroutines out of the box. Our strategy is to keep jobs in 2 different queues. Hypervel will consume the Hypervel queue dispatched from Laravel. So we need an empty listener in Laravel. The real work will live in Hypervel. We create the same listener with real implementation in Hypervel. In this demo code, same HTTP facade, same eloquent. The only difference is illuminate becomes Hypervel. One word, now every I/O becomes coroutine instead of blocking I/O. So let's simulate blocking I/O with sleep function for 5 seconds, and we dispatch 1,000 of them. In Laravel, every job will take 5 seconds for each. That means it will take 5,000 seconds in total. In Hypervel, one process can create 1,000 coroutines at the same time. All jobs start at once, done in 5 seconds. To achieve the same concurrency in Laravel, we need to spin up 1,000 worker processes, which inflates memory consumption and introduces massive CPU context switching. So same job, same count, but 3 orders of magnitude. Here's a live demo. You can see both workers processing the same 1,000 jobs. Left is Laravel. Jobs can be only processed one by one, which is inefficient in I/O waiting. The right is Hypervel. A single process can handle multiple coroutines at the same time. And as you can see, the difference is huge. And besides queue workers, Hypervel also supports Horizon out of the box for horizontal scaling with the same dashboard. So here's some takeaways. If you have I/O-intensive jobs in your queues, you can try offloading them to Hypervel next time. OK, thank you. That's all for the talk today. And here's the QR code if you want to know more about Hypervel. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. You saved so much time. You went so lightning fast that you can hit your own gong.
OK.
So,
yeah.
Dozo, please
That's a good try.
hit your own gong.
Is the timer still working? Okay, no.
It ended.
3, 2, 1.
Wow, great work, great work. Thank you very much. So you said you're from Taiwan?
Yes.
When did you get in?
About 3 days ago.
3 days ago?
Yes.
Have you been to Japan before?
Yeah, a couple
Come often?
times. Yeah, quite
Okay,
often.
cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's about only like 3 hours from Taipei to Tokyo.
Right,
Yeah.
cool. Short flight.
Yeah.
Nice, that's cool. What do you work on in your day-to-day life?
You mean my job?
Yeah.
Yeah, as a software architect, but mainly my job focuses on the back-end jobs as a team lead at the back-end team.
Okay,
and
gotcha.
also design the core architecture for the whole system.
Cool.
In my company, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
I feel like I shouldn't have this, you know? Like I might hit someone with it or something. It's abunai. Oh, that's a good Japanese word, abunai. Abunai means dangerous. これはちょっと危ないですよ。All right. Okay, has everyone been up to see all of our sponsors already during our breaks and stuff? So during our next break, please make sure you get a chance to go speak to our sponsors. So what's going to happen is after lightning talks, we've got 2 more? I think 2 more lightning talks, right? After our 2 final lightning talks, we're going to go into a break. One thing that I am supposed to announce is to all of the Laravel staff who are in the building, when we break after the lightning talks, if you could come up to the stage, there's going to be a Laravel team photo that's taken. So if you are part of the Laravel team, if you could come up to the stage after the lightning talks, that would be great. Then we're going to take a break, and then when we come back from the break, we're going to have 1 sponsor segment, and then we're going to have our keynote from Taylor. Also, how cool is it that we got Taylor to come to Japan? I think he said this is his first time, except for 1 day in Japan. He had been through Japan going somewhere else and had stayed for a day or 2. But this is his first time really, truly visiting Japan, and he brought his family and stuff like that. So I'm really excited for that. I think that's cool for the community. All right, I'm seeing some slides. We're starting to get there. Yeah, so I got here on the 14th this time, so I've been here for 10 days already. My parents normally live in Urayasu. So Urayasu is just over the line into Chiba, and they live there. But right now my parents are in America, but that means that there was a house that was open from a friend of theirs, so we were able to stay in that house. And so we spent much of the last couple of weeks just hanging out in Tokyo, eating food, seeing things, just relaxing and being back home. Okay. We have 2 more lightning talks to go. Let's hand it off to our next lightning speaker.
Okay, let's start. So eBPF can do it, a 5-minute tour or 5 real-world PHP issues solved with eBPF. Hi, I'm Sohei again. So here's the agenda. I'm going to cover 5 cases, but do not explain eBPF itself deeper. So let's begin with a brief summary. So what is eBPF? While eBPF was originally a packet filtering technology, the current eBPF operates within the kernel and is a general-purpose technology that can attach to many events, so including user and function calls. So it can be used for tracing PHP. The key benefits of using eBPF are it's basically low overhead and it doesn't require any PHP code changes and restart. So let's take a look for cases. Number 1, main cache performance issue diagnosis. So one day we were conducting a load testing and faced a high rotation issue caused by high traffic on specific main cache node. Both nodes had almost the same QPS, but one node hits the bandwidth limit. Maybe there's a huge object, but no evidence. So let's check it with eBPF. This BPF traces one-liner that's attaching an eBPF program to leave main cache shared library ad hoc, tracing set command and directory access to the arguments. It shows one object with nearly 1 million lengths. So the root cause is huge key mapping object created by framework, so we stopped using it. Next, dead code detection. The problem caused by dead code were obvious, but in particular, we face issue with PHP version upgrade and slow deployment process. So I built a tool called PHP DCR, a PHP dead code reporter. It's a small tool designed to run in production environments for long time. It's a single binary program and consists of a user-run part written in Go and an eBPF program loaded in the kernel. This is an AI-generated sample PHP app. Let's take a look at how it works with demo app. So just run PHP DCR, and then access the app from browser, and CLI. Then get compiled event through report API. It shows target files with compile time. One file is not compiled, so it may be not used. You can be confident enough if the state is set uncompiled for a certain period. Additionally, you can get coverage rate through stats API and send hotel logs as well. Next, inspecting C extension behavior. So we faced the issue related to APCU. Sometimes APCU store fails and cause problems. Of course, APCU store should return false on failure, so let's check it out. Unfortunately, there's no return value check in our PHP code. Still, we can check the value using a BPF trace directly attached to a C extension, access to APC cache store function, and get return value. So now we spot it. It was caused by APC bug, kind of mismatch with apparent free memory and actual contiguous available block. That was fixed already, so let's upgrade. Number 4, measuring the time taken for legacy batch jobs. So we had a migration plan for a service. We wanted to do it with no maintenance. However, since the service is located in the same network location, we are not sure about how the expected 1.6 millisecond latency could affect our service during the migration. So we decided to use a TC command to intentionally introduce latency before the migration in order to assess whether the network latency would be acceptable. So like that. So Waves is easy. However, we are still not confident about how the latency affects the batch jobs, even we have no idea about the current duration of each job. So I wrote a BPF trace script attaching to process start and exit for PHP and calculate the data for each process. The result is here. It's not so fancy, but we got enough data, what job takes a long time, and how the latency affects as well. Last, long-term internal metrics. So far, we've mainly focused on ad hoc short-term tracing. Finally, I talk about how to collect long-term metrics using eBPF exporter built by Cloudflare. eBPF exporter provides collected metrics in Prometheus format through combination of custom eBPF program and YAML file. So this is an example YAML file and BPF program that I wrote. I attached a PHP startup and shutdown measuring latency. And the visualized example is here. It is possible again with no PHP code changes, no restart, just run exporter. Another example that tracks memcache value length to histogram continuously. And PHP compiled event per directory and execution count also includes those code. So wrap up, eBPF is super useful, not only for ad hoc tracing, but also gaining long-term insights using these tools, and you can write your own as well. Thank you. I'm Sohei, so feel free to contact me anything using this ID. Finished. Hi.
Thank you very much. Just in time.
Yeah.
Perfect timing.
On time.
That was great. That was great. Thank you very much. OK, I have one more announcement I have to give to everybody. That is apparently right outside the hall here on the first floor. We have a lot of coffee and snacks, and we need you to take as many of them as possible. We have too many, and so we need you to take them away. So eat them, and then if you don't want to eat them, like stuff them in your shirt and put them in your bag and give them to a child or something, and make them go away. So please take them with you. It's been a fun day, right? I'm enjoying this. Yeah. Cool. We have one final lightning speaker. We're not quite there, but this is we are quite there. Amazing. This is a guy I know fairly well. He's spoken at many, many Laracons that, what's going on? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, dozo, dozo.
Okay, thank you.
My bad. Okay, and coming up next. All right, my bad. And coming up next is a guy that I know fairly well, who's spoken at a bunch of Laracons. He's from Vehicle. It's Colin DeCarlo for our final lightning talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. There we go. All right. So I have been developing and working with software for over 2 decades now. And in that time, I have read many books regarding software development and software design. Some of those books have been just fun to read, while others delivered real value in terms of the learning that I got from them. Not many, though, have been significant enough to transform the way that I approach software development. This book, The Goal by Eliyahu Goldratt, is one of the books that truly transformed the way that I see and understand how software ought to be built. What's ironic is that this book isn't about software development at all. It's about manufacturing. It's a fictional story about a factory manager named Alex Rogo. Rogo's plant is failing, and he's tasked with saving it from being shut down due to its poor performance. As he does this, he discovers the principles of the theory of constraints, a management philosophy that was developed by Goldratt. In the theory of constraints, a system's throughput, its ability to turn effort and materials into delivered value, is limited by its slowest component. We call that the bottleneck. Once the bottleneck of a system has been identified, improving the throughput of the entire system comes from improving the throughput of that one constrained component. Improvement can take many forms. It can be made more efficient, or as seen here, the load which the bottleneck bears can be reduced. Improve a bottleneck enough, and eventually something else will become the bottleneck. As systems evolve, constraints will move. So let's apply this thinking to product development. First, the business defines and prioritizes the features that they want to produce. The development team then breaks those features into workable tasks and specifications. And then individual developers translate the specifications into working software. The code is reviewed, it's validated, and approved. And eventually, the features are delivered to eager customers. Historically, product development has been bottlenecked at the step where developers manually translate specification into working software. For decades, effort has been poured into improving that bottleneck. If you think about your own experience writing software, how many times can you remember your work being eased by new tools and more powerful editors and IDEs? Finally, we've reached a tipping point. As AI dramatically accelerates translating specification into software, the constraint has moved. So if writing software is no longer the constraint, what is? I believe the constraint has shifted upstream, away from writing code and towards specification. Real-world requirements are ambiguous, they're incomplete, and they often contradict themselves. Today, humans still can play a critical role in resolving that ambiguity. I've discovered that my value as a developer comes from taking real-world requirements and transforming them into something an AI agent can reliably turn into working software. My effort now is best spent removing ambiguity from requirements and delivering smaller, clearer slices of work to my AI partner. Software development hasn't stopped being about solving problems. The bottleneck has just moved closer to the problem, and so did we. And I do think, at least for right now, that's exactly where developers belong. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Colin. And you, too, have earned the right to hit your own gong by saving so much time. So
thank you.
If you'd like to hit your own gong on your way out, I'd appreciate it.
All the time. All right.
Nice. With 10 seconds to spare. Okay, so we're now going to go into a break. Remember two things. If you're on the Laravel team, there's a Laravel team photo happening here. So Laravel team members, please come to the stage. Everyone else, please take some snacks and coffee from out there. We need them to go away. So come back here at 4 o'clock. So 4 p.m. 16時にここに戻ってください。Thank you.
wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you.
love it. We're back. How was your break? Everyone have a good break? Everyone take lots and lots and lots of snacks as requested? All right. Who's this guy sneaking around? Great to be back from the break. So we have a quick message from one of our sponsors. So we're going to hear from Jobbins, and let's quickly hear from Sazin. All right, welcome on up.
I'm Sazon Salt from Jobbins, and I'm very happy to be standing here in front of so many great engineers and developers today. So, yeah, I'm really excited. So before we dive in, let me share a bit of a backstory. Actually, I'm from Jobbins, and actually I got a chance to come to Jobbins 9 years back, and before, I moved to Japan from Nepal as an engineer. So back then, I did not fully understand the language, the market, or the career path that I should be taking in future. But I was lucky because I directly came to my current employer, Jobbins. So I landed directly at Jobbins. So I found the direction quite early. At Jobbins, what we are building now is a career agent platform. So it's tailored to Japanese market. So in this tool, what we are currently building is a platform for career agents and companies to communicate together. So over the 9 years, while I was building Jobbins, I started to see a few problems in the job market itself. So the problem was many talented people were coming in the job market, but they were getting lost. Simply lost because they were not talented, but simply lost because they couldn't find the correct decision or direction in the job market. So in Jobbins, what we believe is our vision is chance for all. So for us, that does not simply mean giving people more job listings and helping them just to find another job, but it also means helping them find right directions. So that's why we started to build a career agent called Alata. So this is still in beta. And this is our AI agent that reasons about the background. And it just got, okay, so thanks. So we started building career agent Alata, and it's reasons behind our background, and it's just not keyword search as of now, but still in beta. So we just let's see the demo. We can just see the demo quick. So okay, so this is a video, but as you can see, I'm searching for a job in Europe for a visa sponsorship role. So it's searching a job for me, and it's getting a listings out there. Then now you can see you can apply, and it's a job from Mr. AI, and you can just go on and apply directly to that job. So this is the just basic of our functions, but what we have now behind the scene is 2 million plus job listings that's currently active, and it's still growing as we speak. So we are just not matching the jobs by keyword, but also matching the background and finding what genuinely fits you. So this is what we are currently building. And Alata is actually built on Laravel, and for our team, Laravel is what makes us building this product possible. So it helps it helps to move fast and build something that we believe in. So we are happy to be supporting the ecosystem and the community that we believe in and we work with every day. So thank you, Laravel, for creating this ecosystem as well. So this is the short talk from my part. And before I close my session, so I want to say Alata is still in early beta version. So finding careers and the jobs that what users actually want is our goal. So we want to support you in this journey And please help us build this tool together. So you can find us in the booth behind there. So please come and give us your feedbacks and help us grow together. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So is this built at all with Laravel?
Partly in Laravel.
Okay.
And partly in Python. But yes, Laravel is...
What parts are in Laravel? What parts are in Python?
OK, so the API gateway is currently in Laravel. And the AI part, unfortunately, is in Python. Because when we started, it was the Agent AI SDK. So it was not released back then. So
Gotcha.
So we started building it in Python.
Cool. And what agents do you use under the hood?
So for custom agents, like we are using our LangGraph custom built-in agents, and we organize the agents behind the scene with LangGraph. And for other part, like we are using our custom models as well as models from Gemini and OpenAI as well.
Awesome. And when is this? You said it's in beta now. When is it launching?
So end of this month. This is going to be end of this month. Yes. So the domain will be alata.ai. So that's when it's going to be launched. Yes.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for sponsoring. It's been great to talk to you.
Thank you so much.
All righty. So, everyone, we now have a very exciting speaker, a man some of you may have heard of. He is the creator of Laravel. He is just a boy from a little country town in Arkansas who's made it all the way here to Tokyo to speak to you guys about Laravel. Please help me welcome the founder and creator of Laravel, Mr. Taylor Otwell.
Hello, everybody. Let me just connect to my Wi-Fi here. How's everyone doing so far? Has it been a good day? Is this working? Make sure this, there we go. Okay, it's great to be here. Thank you for having me in Japan. This is my second time in Japan, actually. I stopped here in 2018 on my way to Laracon, Australia, but I was only here for 1 day, so I feel like this is my first real trip to Japan, and it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun to meet everyone so far, and I'm looking forward to hanging out for a couple of days. Since it's my first time on stage in Japan, I thought I would kind of introduce myself and Laravel and really why I created Laravel and give you a little bit of the history of the framework from my perspective. This goes back 15 years, actually. So in 2 weeks, on June 9th, Laravel will be 15 years old. So why did I create Laravel, and who is it for, and kind of what was happening at the time? I was actually not a PHP developer. I was working at an enterprise trucking company in the United States, writing .NET. I was also writing COBOL, ASP, classic ASP, writing Windows desktop applications, doing all sorts of things that were not PHP. But I had a lot of side project ideas or business ideas that I wanted to build. And I didn't want to build them in .NET, and I definitely didn't want to build them in COBOL. So I thought to myself, I had used PHP at university a few times for a few projects, and I knew it was easy to use. I knew it was affordable to host. So I thought, okay, I'll try PHP for a few side project ideas. I wanted to kind of start my own company, try to make some extra money, maybe work for myself. And I thought, PHP would be an easy language to make that happen. So I tried a few other frameworks that were out there at the time, and they were fine, but I just couldn't really get them to work exactly how I wanted, or they didn't have quite the features that I wanted for my situation. So I thought, hey, here's a great idea. I'll build my own framework. I probably was very underqualified to be writing a PHP framework at the time, considering I was barely a PHP developer. But I started building a framework, and it turned out after maybe 6 or 8 months, it became what we now know as Laravel. And at the time, I really didn't know if anyone else would use it. I really was just building it for myself so that I could build my own ideas very quickly. I needed to be able to create new applications as quick as possible, test them out, see if I got any users. If I didn't, move on to the next thing, right? And I didn't want to be spending a lot of time on boilerplate and scaffolding each project. So after about 6 months of developing this framework, I put it out there on GitHub, and the first day I got 4 stars on the repository, and I was very, very excited. I didn't know if anyone would use it, so the fact that I even got 4 people to star the repository made me really excited. And Laravel was not what I would characterize as an overnight success, but over time, more and more developers started using it and finding that they were able to build things much faster than they were before. And that's great. That's why I built Laravel, is to really power individuals, small teams, and now, of course, large teams also use Laravel. But the heart of Laravel was always about empowering a small team or an individual to move much faster than they thought possible, really, or that they could before. And a lot of stuff happened in between then and now I never expected to be in Japan giving a talk about Laravel, but I'm, of course, super excited to be here, and I'm honored and humbled that you all have found Laravel useful in your careers and hopefully your businesses, and I'm looking forward to talking about it a little bit with you today. What I'm going to do is kind of give you an overview of some of the cool stuff that we shipped so far this year, give you a tour of it, and then just see if hopefully some of it is useful to you, and hopefully it's some stuff that you haven't seen before, which will be fun. So, wow, this is really low here. Okay, so I'm going to open up my editor. We're actually going to look at some live code, if that's okay. Let me make sure I get this started up. All right. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is some of the AI-related features that we've been building at Laravel so far this year. Is anyone using AI to write code? Looks like quite a few of you. Is anyone still handwriting all of your code? No AI. Anyone? A few people, actually. Very good. Very artisan of you. So, of course, many of us are using a lot of AI features to accelerate development. And one of the coolest packages that Laravel released this year is a package called Laravel Boost. And I kind of want to show you how it works. Laravel Boost basically inspects your Laravel application and generates instruction files for the agent, like a Claude.md or an agent.md file that is specifically tuned for your project and for Laravel specifically. So in this demo application, I've already installed Boost, and you can see that if I open my agents.md file, Boost generates this file for me. And it gives the LLM lots of information about how to write high-quality Laravel code. But it's not generic. It's not the same for each Laravel project. So what Boost actually does is it looks at the packages that I had installed. So for example, I had the Laravel AI SDK, which we'll look at in a minute, installed in this project. So it knew that I had that. And not only did it tailor the guidelines to that package being available, but it also installs additional skills. And one of the skills it installed is the AI SDK development skill. And I can open up this file, and you can see that it gives the LLM lots of information about how to use the Laravel AI SDK. So if you are coding with Laravel and you're using AI, I definitely recommend that you install Laravel Boost. It's going to make the code that the LLM writes much more accurate, much more idiomatic to Laravel and sort of following Laravel best practices. You can also actually add your own guidelines into Boost's guideline file. So for example, if I open this .ai folder, I'm going to make another folder in here called guidelines. And then maybe you want to have some guidelines that are specific to your company or your project. I can make a new file in here, and I can say, these are my custom guidelines. I'll save that file as company.md, because this is for my company. And now, when I rerun the boost update command, boost update, which this regenerates all of those agent files. If I look at the file, you can now see at the top it has my custom guidelines have been compiled into that file. So it's very easy to extend Boost with your own custom guidelines while still leveraging all of the built-in guidelines that Boost ships with out of the box. So it's really cool. And definitely give this a shot and try adding your own personal rules in here based on how you like to build Laravel applications. I think I can get rid of this now. Let's see. All right, what else did I want to show you about Boost? Oh, upgrades. So I think this is one of the coolest features we've shipped recently in Boost. Say you're on Laravel 11 or 12. I actually have a Laravel 12 application here. Let me go to it in my code directory. Okay, this is a Laravel 12 application that has not been upgraded to Laravel 13. You can install Laravel Boost into this application. And now if I start my agent, I'm using open code here, I can do /upgrade, and you can see that Boost ships with an upgrade to Laravel 13 skill. So I can actually run this command, and it's going to give the LLM a lot of instructions about upgrading to Laravel 13. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that because I don't actually want to do that now. But it will automate your upgrade process from older Laravel versions to new Laravel versions using AI. And it has all of the breaking changes, all of the things that AI needs to be aware of sort of built into that skill. It really makes it easier than ever to keep your Laravel application up to date. So if you're running Laravel 11 or Laravel 12 at work, I know sometimes it's hard to find time to upgrade an application. But this hopefully will help you do it faster. So give that a try and let us know how it works. If you run into any problems, Laravel Boost is open source. Anyone can contribute to it. So if you run into anything, definitely let us know on GitHub and we can try to get it fixed up for you. But I think it makes upgrading much easier and much faster. Okay, so that is kind of an intro to Laravel Boost. I just wanted to show you that in case you haven't seen it. If you're coding with AI, definitely give that a shot. The next thing I wanted to give you a tour of is the AI SDK. So the Laravel AI SDK is one of the larger packages we've released this year. It basically makes working with different AI providers really seamless and in a really in a way that feels very tuned for Laravel. So the syntax is very, it feels like it's incorporated into Laravel. It's the first-party AI package we've built for the framework. And you can do a variety of things with it. We'll kind of work through this file and look at a few demos of how it can help you incorporate AI features into your application. So I've got a little dashboard here that will help us kind of work through these features. And we'll kind of go down the routes file and then try out each feature to see how it works. The simplest thing you can do with the AI SDK is prompt the AI for some text. Ask it a question, basically. This is very similar to asking like ChatGPT or Claude a question and getting a response. And so the easiest way to do that is to call the agent function, which is built into the AI SDK. I can give it some instructions, which is basically like the system prompt for the LLM. So in this case, I'm just going to say, you're a helpful assistant, and then I can prompt the AI and ask it something and then get the response. And then I'm just going to return the response back here on line 47. So I'm asking it to describe Laravel in one sentence. Let's give that a shot. So we'll hit this text route. The AI will think for a second, and then we get a response here describing Laravel, an elegant open source PHP framework. Oh, that's so nice. So we got a response back from the AI. So that's the simplest way to use the AI SDK. You can do other things. So let's uncomment this. And in this example, it's pretty much the same example, but with one difference. I'm now passing a specific provider to the prompt method. So this is one of the benefits of using the AI SDK. In the first example, it was using my default provider, which for this application is configured to be OpenAI. But in just one little argument change, I can switch to an entirely different provider as long as I plugged in my API key into my environment variables. So that's a really great benefit because it makes it super easy to try different providers and different models without changing a lot of your code. I can just pass a different provider. As long as the application has my AI key, or my API key, it just works. And if a new provider or a new model comes out, I don't have to update a lot of code to start trying it. So we'll run this route again. This time we'll be hitting Anthropic. And let's see. Oh, I'll refresh it. Looks like it did it behind the scenes. All right, and now we got a response from Anthropic. Pretty much similar response. So very easy to try different providers and different models. Let's see, what else? This is another cool feature of the AI SDK. So if I uncomment this example, you can see here I'm providing an array of providers to the prompt method. And what this is going to do is if OpenAI has an error or we've been rate limited by OpenAI, it will fall back to the next provider in the list. So it will try OpenAI, and then it will try Anthropic. And this lets me have model failover or provider failover in the AI SDK really easily. Because it is not uncommon for the providers to go down temporarily. So this lets us still get a response without breaking our entire application. All right, let's hit this, and this should be the failover example. Probably OpenAI is up, so we'll probably get a response from OpenAI. But if they were down, it would fall back to Anthropic. I'll show you, let me dump out the entire response object here. Let that rerun. And this lets you see what the actual object looks like that we get back from the AI SDK. And you can see if I expand this meta property, we see what provider actually handled the prompt, what model, and we can also get some usage information like how many tokens were used to process this prompt. So lots of additional information is available on the response object for you to either store if you want to calculate usage later or just inspect what actually happened during the request. All right, so that's the simple examples of generating text. We can also stream text. So very common when people are interacting with AI to stream text to the front end, right? If you've used ChatGPT or another AI provider and you type in a question, all the text like streams back onto the screen. You can actually do that with the Laravel AI SDK. What it looks like under the hood is you get back a stream of JSON. We should see it coming in here. You can see it populating the screen. Every chunk of text is coming in as a separate chunk of JSON, which we can then decode on the front end and show in a nice little chat window or however we want to handle the incoming stream data. So very easy to do. All we had to do is change from using the prompt method to using the stream method here on line 52, and then we just get a nice stream back from the back end. So very easy to build streaming experiences with the AI SDK. We're not limited to text. We can also generate images. So to generate an image, all I have to say is image of, whatever I want an image of. I'm going to say a beautiful view of Mount Fuji. There's some extra helper methods, like I can say I want the image to be square or landscape, and then I can just generate the image. And in this case, I'm just going to return the generated image directly from this route so that we can see it. All right, so let's hit this image route. And hopefully we get a nice image here pretty quickly. There we go. That looks pretty good. We got a nice picture of Mount Fuji. What's really cool about the AI SDK, though, is since it's first party and integrated with Laravel, we can use a lot of other Laravel features like queues. So, for example, when I'm generating an image in this example, I'm saying image of a beautiful painting of Mount Fuji, square, and then I call the queue method instead of the generate method. And what that's going to do is actually put a job on the background queue to generate the image, and then I can pass an anonymous function to the then method to do something with the image once it's been generated. So in this case, I'm going to store it using Laravel's file system feature. I'm just going to store it on disk as fuji.png. So what should happen when we hit this route is we should see a response immediately that says image generation queued. Then the image is going to be generated in the background, which we'll see that job processing in my terminal. And then we should be able to look at the image on disk once it's been generated. All right, so let's try this. Let's go back. We'll hit images queued. We get a response immediately. If I look in my terminal right here, it says there's a job running for generate image. And we should see that generate. Looks like it's done. So now if we go back to our files, I'll go to storage, app, private. There's fuji.png, and there's the image that was just generated by the queue. So since image generation takes several seconds at minimum, it's often good to queue these sorts of things, and the AI SDK makes that super easy since it's deeply integrated into a lot of other Laravel's features. All right, moving on quickly to audio. We can also we're not limited to just text or images. We can generate audio through a variety of different providers. I think in this case, I'm using 11 labs to generate this audio. They generate very realistic audio. To generate audio, I can just say audio of, give it a string. I can also have more helper methods on audio. I can say I want a male or a female voice. I can give it instructions about how I want the voice to sound. And then when I'm ready, I can just say generate, and then I can store the audio, and then I'm going to return it from this route so that we should, I think, hear the audio if it's working here over the speakers. So we'll try to say hello from Laravel Live Japan. And let's go hit that route. Oh no, where's our sound? Is it working? We can all imagine this voice saying, hello from Laravel Live Japan. No worries, this is a simple audio thing, but it is super easy to generate audio with the AI SDK. And then you can also do the reverse. So if I have an audio file, we use this at Laravel a lot to transcribe calls, or this is a very common use case, to transcribe calls. Maybe you have a sales call, you want to transcribe the audio. Very easy to do with the AI SDK. I can just say transcription from storage. I can give it a file that I have on disk and just say generate. And then if we hit the transcription route, we should see the text, hello from Laravel Live Japan. So that was the text that was in that audio file. So super simple to get transcriptions of different audio files and then store those and analyze them or whatever you want to do. Another cool thing that the AI SDK unlocks is, okay, cool. Oh, should we try it again? Let's try it.
Hello from Laravel Live Japan.
Okay, we got some audio. Great. Another really cool feature of the AI SDK is the ability to generate embeddings. These are vector embeddings that you can store in a vector database and then perform semantic searches against. So it's super easy. We actually added a method right to the string class of Laravel. So if I say string of I love shipping with Laravel, I can just say 2 embeddings. And let's see what that generates when we hit the route. So we should get a really big array of numbers, which this is a embedding. An embedding is basically a numerical representation of the semantic meaning of the string that we just analyzed. So this is the numbers that represent, what was the text? I love shipping with Laravel. And then you can store those numbers in a vector database or even Postgres, and then query it for semantic search, which is really useful in a variety of situations. So another example of how you can analyze semantic data with the AI SDK is re-ranking. So this kind of combines embeddings and search in a way that we can visualize. So I have a collection of movies. These are American movies. I'm not sure how popular they are in Japan, but I have the title of the movie, and then I have the description of the movie. And I have, I don't know, 10 or 15 movies here. And then I can actually just call the re-rank method on this collection. And I can re-rank by a given query, and I want to put the collection entries that are most similar to my query at the top of the list. So in this case, I'm going to query for movies about space. And I'm going to take the top 5 matches in this collection that are about space. And what re-ranking is the AI provider will look at this list of data, it will convert it to embeddings, and then it will perform deeper AI reasoning on the data to try to match the thing that most semantically matches what I'm looking for. And the matches don't necessarily have to have these exact words in them. It's not the same as a full text search. It's actually looking at the meaning behind the words. So let's give this a shot. I'm going to look for movies about space. Put this re-ranking. And we get Interstellar at the top of the list. This is a very popular outer space movie, so it looks like this worked. The next most similar movie it found was The Matrix. Not really about outer space, but we didn't really have any other outer space movies in the list. So this looks like it worked correctly. I would expect to see Interstellar at the top of the list. So you can combine embeddings and re-ranking to build really high-quality search experiences in your application. So you can let users search for maybe products they might be interested in, or let your back-office system search for orders that match a certain semantic meaning. So really powerful, useful feature that's very easy to use in Laravel and with the Laravel AI SDK. Before we move on from the AI SDK, I want to show you a really powerful feature of the SDK, which is agents. So when I generated text at the very beginning of this demo, I called an agent function, and I gave it some instructions. That is a very simple way to use the AI SDK. It's not really how you might use it in a serious production application. The SDK actually lets you generate these agent classes, which kind of encapsulate a specific agent with a specific purpose. So in this example, I've created a class called Assistant Agent, and this is the most basic example, or most basic form of an agent in the SDK. So if I open up this class, it's just a normal PHP class that implements the agent contract or interface, and then I can have an instructions method which returns the string of the system instructions for this agent. So this is just a helpful general purpose assistant. If we pass a user into the agent, we'll give the agent some more specific information about that user, like the total number of orders that they have in the system. All right? And then we can just query that agent or prompt that agent like normal. So we new up the agent, we call the prompt method, and we pass it some kind of request. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. Agents. And we should get something about Laravel in one sentence, which we do. Now, let's look at an example where I actually pass something into the agent. And this is the nice thing about the agent, is they can receive contextual information that allows us to customize how they behave. So in this case, I'm going to pass my user record into the agent. I'm going to retrieve it using Eloquent, pass it to the constructor, and then I can ask it specific questions about this user, so like how many total orders have I placed? And I think in this example, I've got like 3 orders in the database. So let's see if it actually is able to learn that about me. Oh, looks like it refreshed. Hit agents. All right. It says, based on the information I have, I've placed 3 total orders. Is there anything else I'd like to know? So it looks like that's working great. So agents let you build reusable, encapsulated agents that you can call from multiple places throughout your application. Because you can imagine, like if we stuck with the first example where I called the agent function, I would have to duplicate the instructions I passed to the agent function every time I wanted to like have an agent that behaves that way. With the agent class, I can encapsulate all of that into one class and then invoke it in various places throughout my application. Maybe in a controller, maybe in a job, maybe somewhere else. So really easy, or really great for sharing logic. Now, agents don't have to respond in plain text. So if you've interacted with LLMs before, you may be used to just getting like a paragraph of text back from the LLM. But agents and LLMs can actually respond with structured data, basically JSON data that follows a given schema that you tell the agent to follow. So in this example, I've created a review agent that has a specific schema. So this is a movie review agent. We can ask it about movies, and it will review the movie for us. And when it returns, it doesn't return a block of text. It returns JSON. And right here, we can define what that JSON should look like. So I'm saying it should have a score attribute that's an integer between 1 and 10, and that is required. And it should give me the reasoning for that score as a string. So this is really useful because it allows us to prompt the LLM, get back some JSON that we can then like interact with in a reliable way. We can actually access it like an array in PHP, which is really great. And let's just store that or do whatever we want with it afterwards. All right, so let's try this. Well, let's say, what do you think about Jurassic Park? Another popular movie. I'll go back here, agent with structured output, and we should see a dump of some JSON come back from the SDK. All right, it gave it a score of 9, and then it gave this pretty long response about why it thinks it deserves a 9. So this is a good example of how to get structured output back from the AI SDK. We can also give agents tools, and this is where agents become really powerful. So a tool basically augments what an agent can do, and they can interact with your systems. So in this example, I have a shopping agent that I'm going to ask how many total orders have I placed. But if we look at the shopping agent, we give it some instructions. You're a shopping assistant. Use the available tools to answer questions about the current user and their order history. The current user ID is whatever user is passed into the agent. And then we have some tools that we're going to give to the agent. One is order count. One is order history. So let's look at the order count tool. An order count tool needs to implement this tool interface that basically requires us to define a description method, a schema method, and a handle method. So this tool receives a user ID, And then in the handle method, we can use that user ID to basically count the number of purchases that the user has. And we can expose this to the agent. So when we prompt this agent, it's going to know what tools are available to it. And if it needs to, it can invoke one of those tools, which can then hit our database, gather some information, hand that back to the LLM, and then the LLM can generate a final response telling us the answer to our question. So when you combine agents and tools, you really can build all sorts of infinitely configurable systems that become really powerful because you unlock a lot of additional capabilities, and especially the capability to interact with your database, your systems, your APIs. All right, so let's try this. We should basically get the same answer back that we got earlier in the sense that I've placed 3 orders, but in this case, it's going to actually invoke the tool, which is going to query the database to get the most reliable information. So let's hit agent with tools. All right, you've placed a total of 3 orders. So it used our tool to query the database and get the order count. I can also ask it, more detailed questions, like what is the most expensive item I have purchased? And if we look at my database seeder, we can actually see the 3 orders that I have seeded into the database right here. So I've bought a Nintendo Switch for 5,000 something. I didn't put a currency on there, some bread, and some shampoo. And we can see that the Nintendo Switch is the most expensive item I've purchased. So if we call the shopping agent with this question, it's probably going to use the order history tool. And if we look at this tool, all it does is return the recent orders that a user has made, and that's going to include the price of that order. So the LLM should be able to figure out what is the most expensive item that this user has purchased using this tool. So let's see if it can actually do that. Let's go to Agent with Tools. Based on my order history, the most expensive item I purchased is a Nintendo Switch for 5,000 currency units. You purchased it on May 26, 2026. So great. It was able to use that tool, look at the most recent orders, and then give an accurate response back to the user. So you can see how using agent classes and tools, you can very quickly build pretty useful stuff. Like, it's useful to be able to build custom agents, maybe specifically for your company that interacts with your systems, your APIs, your data, to build intelligent systems that would not be possible just using ChatGPT or Claude on their own. This lets you integrate them with very specific things that are valuable to your company. All right, let's go back to our route. I'm going to close some of these files here. I want to show you a new feature that we just released a couple weeks ago called sub-agents. So sub-agents exist to solve a pretty specific problem. So as you start building regular agents, like this shopping agent that I showed you before, you start to accumulate a lot of tools on the agent as they get more and more powerful. So people came up with this idea and said, wouldn't it be cool if agents could call other agents, and those agents could have their own tools or maybe their own agents? And it lets you organize all of the tools and agents a little bit better than you would be able to just having one agent and then a ton of tools on the agent. It also has another practical benefit of saving the context window of the LLM. Because when we have one agent with a lot of tools, the tool descriptions and schemas and all of that bloat the context window, and it uses up a lot of tokens, actually, before we even process the request. And it may not need any of these tools for the request, but yet the context window is filled up by tools that we don't need. So sub-agent solves this, and we just shipped it in the AI SDK a couple of weeks ago. So I'll show you what it looks like. So in this example, I've created a new agent called Support Agent. And this is going to be like the top-level agent that rules all the other agents. So if I go into this class, it receives the user, it has some instructions, and I tell it it's a customer support assistant that can delegate questions to other agents. And in the tools method, instead of returning a tool, I'm actually just going to return the agent that we were just using in the previous example. So this support agent can then delegate requests to the shopping agent, and that agent has access to the order count and order history tools. So I've basically got this nested organization of agent, sub-agent, and then the sub-agent has the tools that we saw earlier. And so this support agent becomes very powerful because I could give it a lot of different sub-agents that it could delegate tasks to, and it basically serves as the traffic router for the request going to the right agent. All right, so let's go back to this. I'm going to new up the support agent, and I'm going to ask it, how many orders have I placed? We should expect it to delegate this request to the shopping agent, which has access to the order count, so we should see 3 orders in the response. So let's go back, go to the sub-agent example. It's going to invoke its sub-agent, which should invoke the tools. Come on, LLM. There we go. You've placed a total of 3 orders. Is there anything else you'd like to know? So great. We were able to have an agent with a sub-agent, which then had its own tools. So sub-agents is brand new in the Laravel AI SDK. So if you're using the AI SDK, definitely give this a shot. It can save you tokens in your context window. So not only is it good for organization, but has the practical benefit of saving you money and also making your requests faster. All right, so that is sub-agents, and that is basically a tour of the Laravel AI SDK. Hopefully you find it useful. If you haven't tried it yet, give it a shot. It is also open source, so if there are features that you would like to see in the AI SDK, feel free to send us a pull request on GitHub. Next, I want to give you a tour of the other thing at Laravel that we've been spending a lot of time on, which is Laravel Cloud. Has anyone out there used Laravel Cloud? A few people. Have you seen Laravel Cloud? Raise your hand if you've seen it demoed. Okay, quite a few. I want to give you an overview of it, as well as show you some brand new stuff that really no one has ever seen before that will be coming to Laravel Cloud very soon. So some of the stuff you may have seen before if you've used Laravel Cloud. Some of it will definitely be new to all of you because we haven't shown it to anyone yet. But I want to show you Laravel Cloud. And the reason I want to show it to you is I feel like Laravel Cloud is basically the culmination of all of my endeavors at Laravel, which was basically to make it as easy as possible to start with an idea and get it online as quickly as possible, as painlessly as possible, and then scale that idea to the world. And Laravel at its heart, like I said at the beginning, is about empowering people, small teams, big teams, to take their ideas and iterate on them really quickly, to ship them faster than they thought possible. And Laravel, at the framework level, makes that, of course, possible to build your application. But then once you get it online, Laravel Cloud is, or once you're ready to go online, Laravel Cloud is the best way to ship that application out into production and not have to worry about managing infrastructure or DevOps or server updates or TLS certificates or anything like that. I did that for a long time. I managed lots of servers. I've managed thousands of servers. I'm tired of managing servers, so Laravel Cloud is very much about just like shipping your application as smoothly as possible. So yeah, let me show you how it works. I'm signed into my Laravel Cloud account. Once you are signed in, you can create a new application. I've got a couple applications out here already, which we'll come back to. But to get started, let's just ship something totally new to Laravel. And we'll actually ship that application we've been working on during the previous demo. So this is the main Laravel Cloud dashboard. You have your organization right here, and you can have lots of different organizations. I belong to quite a few. So it's really nice to have an organization for maybe like your company, but maybe you have a personal organization where you ship your side projects, or maybe you have an organization for each client that you work with. So there's lots of different ways you can organize your applications. Once you're ready to ship a new application, I can hit New Application here. This is linked to my GitHub, so I should see my recent GitHub repositories here. Here's the Laravel Live Japan project that we were just working on. I'm going to click that. I can give it a name. I think I already have one named this out there, so I'm going to call this -demo at the end. And then you can pick your region. And I'm happy to announce that we have just launched our Tokyo region. So that is live now on Laravel Cloud. So of course we have to choose Tokyo for this demo. Then I'll just hit Create Application. Now we've tried to build Laravel Cloud to be, fine-tuned for Laravel. Most cloud platforms are sort of generic, and that's fine, but it means they're just okay for a lot of things. They're not really like great for any specific thing. Laravel Cloud is not like that. Laravel Cloud is specifically built for Laravel and to a little bit of broader extent PHP, but really it's focused on Laravel. So it knows about how the database works, how the cache works, how the queue works. It knows what environment variables to inject into your application. It knows about the scheduler. It knows about inertia SSR. It knows about Octane. It knows about all of these very Laravel-specific things that no other cloud platform really does out of the box because they're not focused on Laravel like we are. So, okay, once I've created my application, I get this nice little canvas view of my entire architecture of my infrastructure. So I have the edge network over here on the left. All Laravel apps get, or Laravel Cloud apps get DDoS protection, CDN, edge caching. You can attach domains. We haven't deployed yet, so all of this is pending. I have my app cluster, which you can kind of think of as the server. It's not really a server in the traditional sense, but it's what's running my application, how much power I've assigned to it, which we'll look at later. And then you can have additional resources like databases, caches, buckets, WebSockets, things like that. So before we deploy this, we give you a chance to kind of configure the infrastructure how you want. What I'm going to do is actually attach a database. So I'm going to go to Add Resource, hit Database. I already have a Laravel Live Japan, my SQL database out here, so I'm going to click that. I'm actually going to create a new database for this demo application within this cluster. I'll call it a demo. So basically what this is doing is creating an additional MySQL database within the MySQL cluster, if that makes sense, for this specific application. So I'll hit Create Database, and then you can see it attaches here on the right. And I think we can just hit Save and Deploy. I don't think we need to change anything else about this to deploy. So let's hit Save and Deploy. This is going to start building our application and deploying it out onto the web. It's going to automatically inject the credentials we need to connect to that database into our environment variables. So I didn't need to go into my settings to configure all of that. Everything sort of just works. While this deployment is running, I'll go to my settings so you can kind of see what else you can do here. So in my general settings, I can change the Git branch. I can change my PHP version. We're on PHP 8.5, which is the latest. My node version, some timeout settings. I can change my environment variables if I need to. You probably do end up having some custom environment variables. Maybe your OpenAI API key you need to plug in here. We also show you the injected variables if we click to reveal them. We can turn on HTTP basic authentication. We can delete things. So lots of different settings you can play with here that let you kind of customize how your application works and behaves under the hood. Let's go to that deployment and see where we're at here. So our build finished, and now we're on our deployment. This is where it's going to run our database migrations. It's going to actually make the infrastructure live on the Laravel Cloud platform. So we'll let that run. Running my deploy commands, updating the environment stack. We should be done in just a few seconds here. All right, looks like that is deployed. Now, if I go to the environment, every Laravel Cloud application gets its own laravel.cloud URL. So if I click visit, come on, we see there's the demo we were looking at earlier, right? We deployed this application out to Laravel Cloud. This is running in the new Tokyo region, and it's up and running. And like I was saying, every application gets a laravel.cloud URL. This is really useful because when you're first starting a project, sometimes you might not have a custom domain ready to attach to the project. So in the meantime, every project and every environment gets its own laravel.cloud URL, so you can very quickly have a URL to share with coworkers or teammates or friends. All right, so this application is online. This is the main environment, which corresponds to the main Git branch of the repository that we're working in. You can have as many environments as you want in an application. They're very quick to set up. I'll show you an example. So for example, I have a dev branch on this GitHub repository. So let's imagine I want to have a dev environment on Laravel Cloud that has its own URL. What I can actually do is just hit here on these three dots and hit replicate. And I can replicate this main environment and create a new environment for the dev branch as well. And I can customize kind of how this works. We don't really need to worry about that. I hit replicate. And now I have a replicated environment that is for my dev environment. So I can let my devs work in this dev environment. It has its own unique URL, separate from the prod environment. It can have its own database, its own scaling settings. And it's super easy. You can create new environments within seconds. And this is actually very painful to do if you're self-managing your own servers or running your own infrastructure. It's very painful to create these new environments all the time. But in Laravel Cloud, it's just a few clicks. It's super, super simple. All right, then I can just switch back to my main environment here in the dropdown. And let's talk about scaling. So I showed you this app cluster earlier, and you can see it has one CPU. So if I click this, what if my application is getting more popular, it's getting more users, and now I need a little bit more power to keep it online or to keep it feeling fast? If I was managing my own servers, one solution might be I could horizontally scale the application across multiple servers. That is good, but it's also a little bit of a pain to set up. So now I have to create a load balancer. I've got to maintain the load balancer. I've got to create a second server. I've got to duplicate the application to that server. Then I've got to route traffic from the load balancer to both servers in some sort of round-robin fashion or sticky sessions or something like that. It's a lot to configure. I've also got to keep it all up to date. In Laravel Cloud, we make it much, much simpler. So I can just click on the app cluster and go to auto-scaling. I can turn it on, and then I can just drag the range of auto-scaling that I want. So I want this application to scale from 1 replica all the way up to 4. So basically think of that like 4 servers running the application based on the CPU or memory usage of the replicas. So once a replica gets above 60% or whatever I configure for this cluster, it will scale to another replica up to 4 replicas. So this basically lets me control the scaling and also the spend that I'm willing to spend on this application. So if I have a lot of money and I'm willing to scale very high, I could drag it as high as I want, all the way up to unlimited scaling on our business private cloud platform. So auto-scaling is super easy in Laravel Cloud. I'm going to leave that off for now. Like I said, if you want to enable the scheduler, since Laravel Cloud is built for Laravel, things like the scheduler or things like inertia, SSR are very easy. So it's just a toggle switch, or if I want to turn on Octane, it's just a toggle switch here, and then I'm using Octane as a runtime. Or I can turn off the scheduler. So very easy to enable and disable Laravel-specific features in a way that just works. All right, let's look at a few other features of Cloud. So I can go to the Commands tab, and basically what this lets me do is run different, basically artisan commands or even arbitrary commands against the application. So this application that I've deployed, I can just run PHP artisan list, and we should see that command running, and we can see the output. So this lets us run arbitrary commands against the infrastructure really easily. So if I wanted to like run my database seeders one time, just as an arbitrary command, it's very easy to do that through the Cloud UI. I can also view my logs, so very easy to see like what's happening in my application. I can see application logs or access logs. We probably don't have a lot of access. We have a few since we've hit it a few times during the demo. I can view metrics. This would be like my CPU and my memory and how many edge requests I've gotten, and also my web worker count. So very easy to see how much usage your application is getting. Of course, this application just launched, so we don't have a lot of usage. What else? Let's add a few more resources to this. So I said that we've added a database. We can also add additional resources. So let's try adding a cache. Laravel Cloud supports Valky, which is basically a Redis-compatible cache. So very, very common for Laravel applications to use Redis. We make that very easy to add to your Laravel Cloud application. I've already got one out here. We can just attach. Actually, no, let me show you making a new one. Let's hit Create New Cache. We'll call it Laravel Live Japan Demo, Laravel Valky. We can pick our region. Laravel Valky is supported in the Tokyo region, of course, like all of our other resources. How much storage we need, and then I can just hit Create Cache and attach it to my infrastructure right here. And again, since Laravel Cloud is built for Laravel, I don't need to go inject any environment variables into the application. We will put the environment variables into the settings for you so that your application can talk to the cache. You don't really need to worry about any of that. All right, we can see here this cache is still being created. Once that's created, we should be able to attach another resource, which is our object storage bucket. Let's see if we can we do that now? Oh, no, we don't want WebSockets. Object storage. So Laravel Cloud also supports S3 compatible object storage. So if you need to store files in the cloud, like user uploads, photos, any kind of files, you can attach storage buckets to your application and then use the storage facade in Laravel to store files or retrieve files with zero configuration. So I'll go ahead and attach that bucket to my application as well. And then once we've got all that configured, all we need to do is hit Save and Deploy. and all of that will be deployed out live to the web, and all of it will be configured, and my application should be able to interact with the cache and the object storage bucket that we just attached. Did that deploy? All right. Great, so we've attached a lot of different resources to the application. The next thing I want to show you is a brand new feature we've been working on for Laravel Cloud called Managed Queues. And I want to give you a little bit of the backstory for this feature while this deploys. So when we first launched Laravel Cloud, we knew that queues were a really big part of the Laravel ecosystem. So if you built a Laravel application, it's really common that you use queued jobs. And a lot of our customers and a lot of our users use a lot of queued jobs. They queue, hundreds of thousands of jobs per day. So when we first launched, we had a concept called queue clusters, and we weren't super happy with how that worked. So we've actually totally scrapped it and rebuilt a new queue infrastructure for Laravel Cloud that we're calling Managed Queues. And I want to demo it for you today. And basically how it works is, I just tell Laravel Cloud the maximum number of queue workers that I want for my application, and it will scale up based on the queue depth. So basically, it's always looking at the queue. If it has a lot of jobs on it, it will scale up my workers to meet that demand. And then if there's no jobs on the queue, it will scale all the way down to 0. So with our new managed queue platform, if there's no queues on the job, you're actually not paying anything for the compute because it's scaled all the way down to 0. Which is great, because you only want to pay for your queue if there's actually jobs on the queue, right? Makes sense. And Laravel Cloud Managed Queues makes that possible. Looks like this is still deploying. Let's let this finish, and then we'll dive into the Managed Queue example. Come on. All right, looks like it's getting close here. Whew, this is a long demo. I'm sweating. What else can we look at while we're waiting on this? Anything in cloud? Let's look at the edge network, actually, because I skipped over that. So in our edge network, we can actually configure a couple of different things. So you can configure different strict security stuff. You can also configure a really cool feature called Markdown for agents. So if an agent like Claude or ChatGPT requests your website, we'll actually serve a markdown version of the website for you automatically without you needing to do anything. Super cool feature that you can enable in cloud. Then we have a firewall where you can configure rate limiting and different settings around, if a certain IP has requested your application more than 100 times per minute, we can block them, we can challenge them, we can ban them. You can do all sorts of different things in your firewall. So super easy to configure in cloud. And looks like I've stalled enough for that deploy to be done. So great. We can move on to managed queues. So this application has some queue jobs which we can demo, and I'm going to add a managed queue to the application. So I just hit managed queue. I don't really need to configure any of this. I can configure how much memory each queue worker should get, how long the timeout is, all this sort of stuff, but I can kind of leave this all as the defaults. And right here is where I can configure my max scaling configuration. So this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, where if the queue has a lot of jobs on it, this will scale all the way up to 25 workers. We can change that. Maybe I want to go down to, I don't know, maybe we want to scale to 10 workers because our queue is not very big or we don't have a lot of jobs. Once I've got this how I want it, I can just hit save. I'll just hit save only for now. We see it pop up right here. So the managed queue has been added to the application. And then all I have to do is hit deploy. And this is going to create the queue and deploy our app live so that we can try it out. So let me show you what this is going to look like locally, actually, before we look at it on cloud. So I've built this queue dashboard. Let me make this a little bit smaller. And in my application, I have this route that will queue 100 jobs out onto the queue. Let's go ahead and do that locally. You can kind of see what it looks like. So we have 100 pending. You can see my queue worker here locally. This is not on cloud. It's starting to process through those jobs. And we're going to see what this looks like with Laravel Cloud Managed Queues. So locally, we got through the jobs pretty quick. That's looking good. And what we should see when we launch this on Laravel Cloud is we'll create some jobs. At first, the queue will be empty. And we'll see them sit out there pending. And we'll see Laravel Cloud notice that there are jobs on the queue. And we should see it start to process and scale up to 10 workers. So they should start processing very quickly. It should actually keep up with as many jobs as we put out there faster than we can even put them on the queue. All right, looks like this is almost deployed. This is the worst part of these like live Laravel Cloud demos, is waiting for this application to deploy in silence. All right, update our environment stack. All right, looks like this is deployed. So let's visit the application and go to that queue page. Go to our queue dashboard. All right, so here we are on cloud with a managed queue, and let's put some jobs out onto the queue. All right, so we've got some jobs out there. Is someone else hitting this? Okay, you can see it's already scaled up, and it's processing through the jobs really quickly. So I'm adding 100 jobs. I don't think, yeah, so it's processed 500, 600. So as fast as I can throw them out there, it's basically keeping up. So really just that quickly, Laravel Cloud went from 0 queue workers all the way up to our maximum of 10, and it's processing through hundreds of jobs. And then once the queue is empty, after a few minutes, it's going to scale all the way back down to 0 so that we're not paying for any of that compute. We're actually billing this by the second, so the amount of seconds that you use in your managed queue is what we bill for, so it's very granular. If your app uses very little queues, you might only pay a few cents or $1. If you use a lot of queues, it will scale up to meet that demand. So this is a brand new feature in Laravel Cloud where I just wanted to be able to say, my app uses queues. I don't have to think about anything else. It will scale up as much as it needs to and scale back down so that I'm always perfectly sized to meet demand. Another really cool feature of Laravel managed queues that has been very highly requested is observability into your queue. And for this, I'm going to jump into one of my existing applications that I've actually had running all night putting jobs onto the queue. So if I go into this Laravel Live Japan app, this is the same app, but I've just had it running all night. And I go to this new queue tab in Laravel Cloud, you can see that we now get this really beautiful observability view into our queues right in Laravel Cloud. And this is brand new, launching this week. So what this gives you is a variety of information and metrics about your queue, but over time I can see the amount of jobs queued, the amount that were processed, the amount that were released, the amount that failed. I've actually set some jobs up to randomly fail so that we can populate this. I can also see my average and max duration of my queued jobs. These queue jobs I've set up to sleep on average about 500 milliseconds just to have some realistic data out here. I can see how much memory we're using on average, which we're just using 68 megabytes. And then I can see this is the auto scaling in progress. So over time, I can see how many workers were out there live working the queue. And you can kind of see, let's try to correlate it to right here is a dip in the queue, and you can kind of see that it scaled down the workers a little bit right there. And vice versa, when the queue is up, you can see it scaling up. So this is what I was talking about, how it's dynamically adjusting the amount of workers, really based on the queue depth of what's on the queue to always meet the demand. And then, of course, I can see my failed jobs down here. If I click on a failed job, I can see more information about it, like what exception actually caused the job to fail, when it was queued, when it started, when it failed. And then I can even retry the job right from Laravel Cloud, which is brand new and launching this week as well. So really great queue observability, just baked right in. Really great queue auto scaling. And I really particularly love this feature. I'm a big fan of queues. I've wanted just a really world-class queue experience in Laravel Cloud for a long time, and I think this hopefully meets that need. And yeah, we're happy to ship it to you this week, as well as our new Tokyo region, which this is available on as well. So hopefully that is useful to you. That is kind of a whirlwind tour of Laravel Cloud. If you find Laravel Cloud interesting, but your company needs your own private infrastructure, we actually do have a product called Laravel Private Cloud, where we actually give you your own dedicated AWS account for your company. You get to use the same Laravel Cloud dashboard, but it is isolated from all other customers. If that is interesting to you, definitely talk to us at the Laravel booth. You get stricter security compliance, 24/7 support, and like I said, your own dedicated infrastructure and higher auto-scaling limits, more advanced role-based access controls, a variety of other business and enterprise type features. So definitely talk to us at the booth if that's something that you're interested in. Whew. So that is an overview of the AI SDK of Laravel Cloud, kind of some of the things that we've been working on. I hope you like it, and I'll be around for the next couple of days to talk about it. So thanks for having me in your country and at Laravel Live Japan. It's been a blast, and yeah, I'll see you later.
All right. Great job, sir, as always. Those are features that I'm super excited about on both counts, actually. You know, the AI SDK, if you haven't built anything with the AI SDK yet, it's like better than you think it is. It's really good. We built some software with it internally, and it's crazy. Tool calls especially are just like incredible. Managed queues also extremely exciting stuff. You know, we've built a lot of software that has, you know, really dynamically changing loads on the queues. Sometimes, you know, very few jobs. Sometimes like 400,000 all of a sudden out of nowhere. And managed queues is going to be a huge help for things like that. So, thanks so much.
Yeah.
How's Japan been? You been having fun?
Been great. Yeah.
You brought the family, right?
Yeah, I brought the whole family. I brought my wife and kids. I think they're going to stop by tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, we've been loving it. This is their first time in Japan. I just think it's great. I
Awesome.
love the food. I love the people. I love everything about it.
It's awesome. Yeah, we're super glad to have you here. Thanks so much for coming across the world and talking to the Japanese people about Laravel.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
Thanks.
All right, I have one or two announcements, and then we can head on out of here. Okay, I have two announcements. So first, tonight there is the after party. So I think about half of you are going to the after party. And so for that, it's not very far away. And so we're just going to have people walk there mostly, I think. And so people are going to meet up out front. So if you want to meet up with people who are walking to the after party, you can do that out front after the conference. And then, oh yeah, and then we found a wallet, or a meishiire, I believe, and the business card holder. And it belongs to Ishii Takeshi-san. So if you're here, find a staff person, and they will get you your wallet back. And that is all I have. So we're going to learn one more important Japanese word for today, which we're going to all say to each other. And that word is a word that you say at the end of a long day, when everyone has worked really hard and they have become a tired person. You say, "Otsukaresama deshita." And that's just sort of a way of acknowledging that the other person has worked hard and gotten tired, and often you've also worked hard and gotten tired. So, 皆さんお疲れ様でした。ありがとうございます。